Almighty and everlasting Father, the God of our Lord Jesus Christ, we are before you this morning. We thank you, dear Lord, for gathering here for a noble cause and a reason that you're reminding us of your creation is not damaged. My Father and my God, I pray this morning that each and every one of us will be inspired and you will give us knowledge and wisdom that we so much require, that will ensure sustainability of our environment for our own good and the good of future generations. May you take charge of this meeting as we begin now. And when we come to the end of this meeting, dear Father, we'll remember to say thank you. Father, we give you glory and honor. In Jesus' mighty name I pray and believe.
Thank you. Our partners, members of staff of university, our students, we want to welcome you to this inaugural conference. This is the first conference of the Restoration Alliance, and we are very much honored and humbled that it's being held at the University of Eldoret. So kindly feel welcome. We are waiting for another group of guests. When they come, we shall officially open. So now I want to call upon our Director, International Linkages, Partnerships and Cooperation to come and introduce guests.
Good morning. Yes, I take this opportunity to welcome everybody to this conference. I'm Dr. Frank Masese. I'm the Director of Industrial Linkages, Partnerships and Collaborations. So in one way or another, you who have taken their time to come and attend this conference. This is a very important conference for us, and definitely for everyone else, because climate change, now we are living in the times of change. And climate is really threatening quite a number of aspects of our existence, our livelihoods, the environment, and so forth. So, and we are in a time of restoration of ecosystems. A number of ecosystems, both terrestrial and aquatic, have been influenced in so many ways, from human activities, population growth, industrialization, overexploitation, and so forth. And the only way we can avoid the catastrophe that we are really approaching so fast is by doing some of these restoration activities at the ecosystem landscape scales and so forth. And I really welcome people to share ideas here so that we can learn. There are quite a number of topics. We have looked at the program that cover quite a number of ecosystems, and I'm really look forward myself to listening and hearing what will be discussed. We are waiting for other guests, so when they arrive, we'll alter the program accordingly. But at this time, I want to welcome Sally Kimosop to introduce the other partners, and as we continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Good morning, everyone. God is good, and all the time. I want to welcome everyone to this conference. We want to appreciate the team from the University of Eldoret for the warm welcome. And I want to welcome all of us to this conference. Let us share ideas so that we can be able to move forward together as a team. My name is Dr. Sally Kimosop. I'm the chairperson of Scope Intervention, a member of Restoration Alliance. I want to request the team from the Restoration Alliance to come forward so that we can just introduce the entire team. And then the CEO of Scope Intervention will make remarks on why all of us are here. What are the objectives of this conference? What do we want to achieve after these 2 days that we are assembling here today? So the teams from the various organizations, I think, come forward from the Restoration Alliance. Yeah, you come forward so that we can introduce the team. I think all of you can stand here together with your other members. Yeah, I know we have other partners who are here with us, partners who have supported this conference in one way or another. I will also request the teams, the partners, to also come forward so that you can be introduced. I think the restoration first, and then we can have the other partners to join us. Yeah, I will request Ikraf to come first, then Maliasili to. Yeah, I think Maliasili will be the last. Salvatore, I think you can come with the lady so that we can have the teams. Now, I will request the CEOs of the various organizations to introduce their team, just briefly, so that we just say this is Scope Intervention, this one is Safe Kenya Water Towers.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. Are you guys excited to be here? Are you? Okay, sawa. Thank you so much. Let me introduce the team that we have here. So let me introduce Scope Intervention. My name is Kenfrey Kipchumba. I'm the Director of Scope Intervention. Let me introduce my team, and then we'll let the other team introduce themselves. So if you're from Scope, please move forward. Okay, that is the amazing team that we have. This is Lawrence, or maybe you say your name as we go. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lawrence Okello from Scope Intervention. I'm the project manager.
Hello. I'm Margaret Obogo from Scope Intervention as the project coordinator.
Good morning. My name is Janet Kurui, staff Scope Intervention.
Hi all. I'm Evans Kemboy from Scope Intervention staff.
Thank you so much. So let me introduce David from Safe Kenya Water Towers.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is David Chemweno. I'm the Executive Director of Safe Kenya Water Towers, and I'll ask my team to step forward and do some self-introduction.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chebet Abigail, Secretary, Safe Kenya Water Towers. Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Dorothy Gerono, Communications Specialist, Safe Kenya Water Towers.
Hello, good morning. My name is Brian Kipto. I'm the project coordinator, Safe Kenya Water Towers. Pleasure.
Thank you. Our other partner is EcoSmart Africa. Thank you.
My name is Esther Jeruto. I'm the project coordinator of EcoSmart Africa Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. Safina Ketel, Director, EcoSmart Foundation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sylvia Buleti from C4 ICRAF, and I worked with a team that we support. I'll just ask them to move forward and introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Kiongo from an organization we call the Laikipia Wildlife Forum, all the way in Laikipia and Nanyuki. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I'm Stephen Bundotich from a group called Community Social Environmental Organization. I'm the programs coordinator. COSEO is in Baringo County. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give Salva.
Good morning. My name is Salvatore Corredu, and I'm the CEO of Ammazza Bito Foundation. We deal with environment conservation, climate change, and unprivileged children.
I'll let my colleague introduce himself, and then I'll make a few remarks. Good morning. I'm Marcus Steiner, and I'm an intern at Maliasili. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. Daktari, thank you. I would want to share in the pleasure of my colleagues to be here today, but also to introduce Maliasili. Maliasili is a non-governmental organization that works with smaller local African organizations. And Maliasili is currently supporting Scope on a 4-year sort of partnership where we provide organizational development support. We are really excited to be here. My name is Dixon Njunge. I am the portfolio manager for East Africa, and I'm representing a bigger team across 15 countries in Africa, specifically working with about 45 organizations across different landscapes of biodiversity importance in Africa. So we are excited to be here, and thank you, Dr. Sally, for having us here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dixon and the team from the various organizations. I know we have other organizations that are seated here, apart from the University of Eldoret. Eldoas, are they already here? I've just talked to the CEO. He'll be joining us in a few minutes. We are also waiting for other partners from our chief guest from Elgeyo Marakwet County. And then I know North Rift Valley Waterworks Development Authority. They are here. Yeah, I think, you can introduce yourselves, please. And then we have Eldoret Iten Water Fund. I think you can come forward. The Nature Conservancy, WWF, are joining us very soon, within the day. I think their director, their CEO will be presenting tomorrow. Karibu.
Amjambo. Nyinyi nyote mnasikia Kiswahili? My name is Sami Kiporit Keegan. I've come to represent our CEO, CBA Edwin Rotich. He was not unable to be here. He has a commitment in Nairobi, but is ably represented. How are you, sir? I've seen my former chairman, David Jumba. So we will be having a presentation in the afternoon. So we will say more when we come to that part. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The team from North Rift Valley Waterworks Development Authority. Their CEO will be joining us tomorrow. So at this juncture, I want to welcome Kenfrey to take us through why all of us are here and the objectives of the conference and how all of us will interact and ensure that at the end of the 2 days, then we have a joint way forward together as the various organizations. Welcome, Kenfrey. Yeah, CEO Scope Intervention.
Good morning once more. Good morning once more. Are you guys okay? Okay, let me see by the show of hands. Oh, that is great. How is UOE? UOE guys, how are you? Comrade Power. Okay. I'm also excited so much to be here today. And actually it is an honor to stand before you at UOE to say something about the conference. why this conference actually is so important to us, and also why it is important to you. So as we gather here today, we share actually one purpose, an inspiration to action, to foster collaboration, and to build sustainable future for generations to come. Today, actually, I'm so excited to introduce the Restoration Alliance, our coalition of passionate organizations dedicated to restoring our ecosystems and addressing the urgent challenges posed by climate change. Our alliance is rooted in a vision of a world where ecosystems thrive, where our ecosystems actually are so healthy, where communities are empowered, and our natural heritage is preserved for future generations. Our alliance is more than just a partnership. It is actually a movement. It is a commitment to collaborative action, innovative solutions, and sustainable practices that benefit our communities and the environment alike. Together, we're striving to create a legacy of restoration, resilience, and renewal. This conference serves as a critical platform for sharing knowledge, sparking a dialogue, and fostering collaboration. Over the couple of days, that is actually 2 days, today and tomorrow, we will engage in meaningful discussions with experts, with practitioners, with thought leaders actually across the globe. If you'll be here today and tomorrow, we shall have you presentations from different countries. Some will be presenting here, some actually will be presenting online, and actually we'll have a different presentation from Spain to UK to even Accra in Ghana. We shall have actually different presentation. So I hope actually this presentation will also inspire you to action, to do something actually in your smaller scale. So together we'll explore actionable strategies for ecosystem restoration, climate resilience, and sustainable development. You will hear from these leaders and participate in thought-provoking sessions designed to empower you and empower all of us, and to implement meaningful, impactful initiatives in our communities. Each session has been crafted to inspire and equip you with the tools needed to drive the change that we all desire. At Restoration Alliance, our vision is simple and yet so profound. A world where ecosystems thrive, communities are resilient, and generations to come can enjoy the beauty and bounty of our nature. We envision ecosystems restored, biodiversity that are flourishing, and local communities actively participating in their conservation. But to achieve this vision, we need you. We need every one of us, the innovators, the change makers, the passionate individuals and organizations committed to making a difference. Your unique insights, experience, and resources are essential to our collective success. I invite each of you to present here today to consider joining the Alliance also, whether you represent a government body, a non-profit organization, a community group, a private sector, or even just as an individual, even you as a comrade. I actually encourage you guys to also join the Alliance so that we can all contribute to doing something that is sustainable for our planet. By coming together under the umbrella of the Restoration Alliance, we can amplify our impact, share our resources, share our synergies, and also propel restoration efforts forward. Imagine when we can unite our old strengths. Picture a collaboration of network that harness knowledge, resources, and passion to drive meaningful change. Together, we can tackle the challenges of climate change and enhance ecosystems and improve the livelihoods of communities that depend on them. As we embark on this exciting journey throughout the conference, I encourage each of you to actively participate, network, explore how you can contribute to our shared mission. Let us harness this opportunity to learn from each other, share ideas, and forge lasting partnerships. In conclusion, before I sit down, let's embrace the challenge ahead with excitement and determination. Together, we'll have a power to shape a sustainable future and restore a balance between humanity and nature. Thank you for being here, your commitment and your passion. Let's make this conference a transformative experience, and together let's restore our ecosystems for generations to come. I look forward personally to engaging with each one of you in the next 2 days and connect and find out possible ways that we can all collaborate, and so that we can forge a greener future that does not, a greener future and a sustainable one, not the one that we only benefit from as the current generation, but also that generations to come can also benefit from. Are you guys willing to join us? Even as comrades, are you willing to? Yeah, actually, the alliance is not only restricted to organization outside campus, even campus-led, student-led organizations actually. Even actually, before we came here, we were talking with your management, and even the management is also willing to join the alliance. So I hope also even the students who are here and other partners that are here can also join us, so that we can all forge a stronger partnership that can help us achieve our vision together. So for now, thank you so much. I welcome you to this conference. I look forward to meeting each one of you. Let's build more friendship. Let's see how we can forge our partnership forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kenfrey and the Restoration Alliance team. Is that clap enough? Who can suggest the kind of clap we want to give Kenfrey? Nataka Gen Z huko nyuma. Okay, okay. The 3 factorials. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, when he gets the crown ya PhD, ndio tutaongeza hiyo factorial ifike 10, si ndio? Yeah, so thank you, Kenfrey, for leading us through why all of us are here. And maybe just to make it more interactive, maybe we can have 2 or 3 comrades and maybe colleagues from the teaching fraternity also to just tell us their expectations, whether whatever Kenfrey gave out was really captured their expectations for this conference. We can have, by show of hands, we can have 3 participants just to say whether what are their expectations today, so that we can capture as the presenters do their presentations, then we can capture. 2 people from the audience, anyone, any person from the participants? Yes. Okay, I think you can stand among the participants. We can have a lady again, a lady, one of the ladies in the room, then another gentleman. Okay, you can continue as the ladies prepare.
Good morning. My name is Wekesa Chesoni Titus. I'm the Secretary General, University of Eldoret. It's a humble pleasure to stand before you. And it was so unfortunate that my people were invited late, maybe 30 minutes to the event. But I believe as we go by, we shall catch up and we shall be able to take what you people will give us. Actually, this is a great opportunity for us to learn about climate, because all of us depend on this climate. And if we don't take care of the environment, we will be the one getting the side effects. So I believe we shall move with you people. we shall get to learn what you will teach us, and we will be appreciating. Thank you. May God bless you. And welcome to University of Eldoret.
Wow, wow. Thank you. I think you will give to your colleague. Wow, wow, wow. That's a nice one. Two others, just two others, then we go to the next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kipkoge Justus. I'm an environmental enthusiast, and the first step in the introduction part has really captured my attention. They have really put it well, the interconnection approach, the holistic approach of the collaboration, because no one is an island, and when we collaborate together, we are all interconnected in a way. So basically, I can say my expectations have really been met, and I am expecting to get to learn more and network. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. There is another hand just in that corner.
Good morning. So I'm Kelvin Washira from the University of Eldoret. And my expectation today is that to learn, as a student in the information technology, I'm looking forward to learn about the sustainable solutions for the sake of our climate that are geared, that are in line with technology, and the ones that are using the local resources, the most available resources that we have. Yeah, so I look forward to that.
Wow, wow, thank you. And using artificial intelligence to solve this issue of climate change, I think that is well captured. I hope our rapporteurs have captured that, so that as we do the presentations, then we expect that we meet these expectations of our colleagues here, our students here. Dr. Saina, you want to say something just to finalize? Dr. Saina.
I'm Dr. Saina from the University of Eldoret here, also coordinating climate change and green economy in the university. There are many expectations here. I think the theme is rethinking. We need to think again about ecosystem restoration. We have been teaching for many years. Maybe our methods that we have been advocating are traditional methods. When we put together all the minds here, we have members from other countries. We have NGOs, we have CBOs here. We have all of them under the Restoration Alliance. We want to see what we are going to come up with. Which new methods, which new ideas, what is it that we are going to come up with? We want to think afresh about our ecosystems. How do we restore our ecosystems? We want to see new ways, and we hope we are going to come up with it this time. Today here, the Restoration Alliance are people who are on the ground. They are doing activities on the ground. We want to learn from them, and we put ideas together with our students and our staff so that we come up with new methods of restoring our ecosystems. Professor Omondi from Moi University also wants to give some notes. Welcome.
Youth. Well, thank you, Dr. Christopher Saina. I'm Professor Paul Omondi, and I've taught at Moi University now for about 40 years. I've been around all that long. And I'm so happy to be in this gathering, this conference, and my expectations are really great. That first, let me and allow me to appreciate that I had seen the team that were introduced here, fairly young people and working practically on the ground. Indeed, issues regarding climate change and in the context of the environment and ecosystem restoration is very, very important. For us at Moi University, if I have to look at it from that dimension, we had School of Environmental Studies that started emphasizing those issues of environmental conservation, which is actually right now is here in the University of Eldoret, because that's how we started, and this has been part of us at Moi University. As an individual, and given some of my expectations, my background from 70s, I worked with the Wildlife Conservation and Management Department, and also helped to create what is called Kenya Wildlife Service, and we have helped to also ensure the protection of ecosystems, and indeed that includes also conservation, protection and conservation of biodiversity, which includes protection and conservation of wildlife. One issue that maybe some of you will be talking or expect to be talked about, and maybe Dr. Saina has not highlighted it, we are also working on a very interesting program here in North Rift, which is called Eldoret 10 Water Fund, and we are protecting the ecosystems to protect water resources, to continue supporting Eldoret City, because as much as you emphasize the provision of water and supply of water through piping, in cities and urban areas, we have also to emphasize the sources of the water, the watershed, the towers, and so on. Well, I look forward to hearing a lot. I've seen the program, and it is extremely very exciting, and expect me to now expect a lot. And I want to congratulate University of Eldoret for doing or organizing for this conference. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Wow, thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. I think we have heard from the university, University of Eldoret and Moi University. Yeah, there are so many expectations, and all of us are expected to work together to ensure that we tackle this issue of climate change. Now, I want to invite one of our keynote speakers, Dr. Buleti Sylvia from C4 ICRAF, so that she can make her presentation together with the team. She came with the various organizations that they are supporting. So, karibu Daktari Sylvia. Yeah, welcome.
We can appreciate her as she takes her seat. As we have all heard, my name is Sylvia Buleti. I am a research scientist at C4 ICRAF, working on seed systems, and I am very excited to be here. Today, what we will talk about is something that I get inspiration from my mother. Growing up, I would observe some tendencies that when we had a harvesting season, she would always take a portion of the crop and keep it. And that would be very carefully selected. And as children, we would never be allowed to play or joke around with that portion. And I always wondered why that would be. It is until I grew up that I realized it is because she had thought about us. She had looked into the future. She had thought about the next season that was to come. And I would like to invite us, as we're here, regardless of the generation, whether it's Gen Z, the millennials, or whatever. If you have children, think about their children and their children's children. And in case you don't have any children, or even any family, imagine yourself having children and those children having children. I mean, think about generations to come. Think about the kind of food they would eat. Where would that food come from? And with this in mind, that would give us an idea and to inform the kind of decisions that we make now. Because the reality is that the decisions that we make now will eventually affect the generations that would come. Whatever we are experiencing currently, and I'm happy that we are talking about climate change, it is because of decisions that were made the years that were before us. And therefore, my hope is that as we go through these presentations, as we go through these talks, that we will be able to come to a place where we will appreciate the value of the decisions that we make now that they have on the future generations. Recently, there have been trends in the agricultural sector, which we cannot be able to ignore. And one of those things is what we are talking about, the climate change and its effects. We cannot ignore inflation. All of us must have realized that by now, the price of everything has either doubled or tripled. And this includes the cost of farm inputs. Most of our farming systems, we rely a lot on use of fertilizers, you know. So that means the cost of fuel affects the cost of everything else. So what that means for a common farmer is that then they have to incur more than they would 5 years ago, 10 years ago. The war that has been there between Russia and Ukraine has greatly affected that fertilizer that we greatly rely on for our productivity. What does this mean for us? It means then we have to start thinking about strategies that are not dependent on external factors. Is it possible that we can be able to customize our production? Is it possible that we can be able to come up with solutions that we can be able to make our own fertilizers using organic manure? Talk of biochar. And these are some of the strategies that can help us to be able to mitigate the effects of climate change. Having watched statistics, the population has drastically been increasing. And as we may all be aware, the area of production has not changed. It remains the same. And what that means, therefore, is that there is a threat there is a crisis when it comes to food production. And so, one of the things that we must have in mind is that we need to be able to utilize that which we have so that we can maximize on productivity. And that partly is sustainable agriculture, sustainable intensification, which entails increasing productivity without necessarily increasing the area of production. The effects of climate change. There's a research which I've been carrying out in the western part of Kenya, 2021 to 2023. And one of the crises that we would always find ourselves, myself and the farmers, is that we could no longer predict the time that the rains would come. Actually, there are times we would plant and then the rains disappear. So we would have to replant again. So that just means that climate change is not just a story. It is something that is actually happening. And we are experiencing its effects right with us. And therefore, this nexus of fertilizer crisis, inflation, farmable land decreasing, and the effects of climate change, they all work together and they lead to what we are talking about, the food insecurity, where now most people are not able to have sufficient food for themselves. Looking at the FAO food insecurity map that has been shown, you realize that it is really a global issue. But then, of course, the sub-Saharan Africa, we realize that we face the impact, most of it. And why are we talking about this? Why did I even start with the story of the inspiration from my mother and thinking about the generations to come? It is because seed is basically like the source of life. That is where it begins from. Such that even if we were to have the best fertility, even if we were to have the best media, talk of even soilless media, if we were to have the best agroecological zones and enough or sufficient rainfall, if we do not have the good quality seed, then all that is in vain. And that is why today we have to talk about the most important thing, which is the quality of seed. Many countries have been making pledges, talking about the Bond Challenge, where each country, they pledge the amount of trees that they would like to plant. For Kenya, we have pledged to plant 15 billion trees. And it is interesting and very important for us to realize that of these 15 billion trees, 20% are supposed to be targeted to be produced in agroforestry system. What does that mean? That means that smallholder farmers are part of this. And we cannot afford to ignore them. We cannot afford to ignore the problem with the land. So that makes agroforestry a very critical element for our restoration. And why? Why this agroforestry? We think about nutrition security. Fruit trees is one of the key elements that we have to think about when we are talking about agroforestry. We can no longer just focus on wood and timber alone because we need food, as we have talked about it. The role of agroforestry in improving soil fertility, enhancing natural enemies, management of pests, it is something that we need to appreciate as we think about our restoration. It is interesting to note that research in our country now also doesn't make this very easy, because most of the focus would be on maize production and beans and maybe cowpea. But then there's very little research that is focused on some of the crops that we will continue to see and talk about. There's a crisis. There's a crisis on seed, demand, and supply. If you were to talk to a common farmer, they will tell you the crops they're interested in, but then they are not able to find the seed. Can we be able to think about channels and ways in which we can be able to fix this gap so that we don't continue to have the crisis anymore, or at least we are able to lessen the burden on that smallholder farmer who is part of the population that is supposed to contribute to the 20% of the 15 billion trees for our country. And again, sometimes even the seeds can be available. But when it comes to germination, the germination is very poor. Or sometimes it is costly and the farmers cannot be able to afford it. That is why at Quality Tree Seed for Africa, which is one of the projects that ICCCCER works with, ICCCCER has done a lot of research, both on trees, on soils, agroforestry, and in other forms of systems. But for this particular project, one of the main reasons why we were very excited to be here is because there is a focus on the Great Rift Valley. And of course, this is just the start. The hope is that eventually we can be able to contribute to restoration of the whole of Africa. Our goal is first to strengthen expertise in production of quality tree seed and seedling. Why? So that we can be able to accelerate landscape restoration and conservation in Africa's Rusizi Basin and the Great Rift Valley. The Africa's Rusizi Basin is based in Rwanda. And so this work that we are doing, we are working with 36 restoration champions who got funding from Terra Fund, FR 100, and 20 restoration champions in Rwanda. And we have core elements, which are 4, that we are focusing on. Because we realize that for this restoration to be successful, we need an enabling environment, which is related to policy. Policies around seed is something that is constantly under discussion because we need to come to a place where we have policies that favor local restoration. The other element is about empowering producers and users with knowledge. We have developed many platforms. You can check out the C4ICCCER website. We have very many apps that can be able to empower someone working with trees, agroforestry, and any other forms of restoration, and databases. And in fact, we are looking into having an app that can be able to help in decision making, having the right tree at the right place. That is what we are looking out to. Without forgetting delivering of reproductive quality planting material for nurseries. This is to do with having seed sources that are described where someone who wants quality seeds, they can easily be able to know where to get it. And also working with farmers to be able to have a network of tree nursery practitioners where they can be able to exchange knowledge and know where do you get your seed from, so that each and every person can eventually be able to have access to seed. And the other one is capacity mobilization and development. In store, we have many trainings, starting with the restoration champions that we are working with, and then eventually we hope that we can be able to expand to other teams. One of the things that we need to appreciate is that this seed quality, it also needs to be accessible. Because even if we have seed that is of good quality and of proper diversity, but then we cannot be able to get it, again, it doesn't help the person who needs to use it. And you realize that the more access you have to diverse seed, then you have choices. You have choices that you can be able to integrate different types of crops. You can be able to have trees integrated with spices, integrated with cereals, integrated with legumes. One of the recent concerns or interest has been in the utilization of indigenous tree species for nutrition security. In the photo, we have two trees, the shea butter and the baobab, which are some of the, we could call them opportunistic crops that we can be able to tap into. They are getting markets both locally and even outside because of the nutritional values. For shea butter, the cosmetic industry is one of those industries that are really growing exponentially. And therefore, if we can be able to tap into some of these trees like the shea butter, then we can be able to tap into that market. The challenges of the opportunistic crops that we talk about. I talk about opportunistic crops with nostalgia. Again, growing up, I remember we had so many options of crops. Talk about leafy vegetables. And they would be easily available just in the farm. Sometimes you didn't even need to grow them. They would just grow by themselves. And some people would call them weeds without understanding their value for our systems. I remember there would be times I would be sent to go and do an errand. And on my way, maybe with my sister or my friends, we come across guava trees. And we just stop, and one of us would climb and get, and we eat, and we go home. Right now, that's not an obvious thing. You go back to the same places, you use the same route, you are likely not to find that. This bambara nut that is shown in the photo, it is one of those nuts that, again, would easily be available in our local village, in a village in Kakamega. But now when I go home, I have to ask my mom to go to town and look and prepare so that I can just have some. And it is very expensive. So that is how much we are losing, our opportunistic crops. And why? It is because we have the challenges of storage. We have the challenges of less concern about these opportunistic crops. And sometimes even our mindsets have changed. We have been told to think that those are traditional crops. You don't need them anymore. They are for wazee, But then that's not the case. These are the things that our parents would consume, and they would feed us on them. And that is what kept us to be healthy. The photo on the legumes and grass is the research that we have been doing and our project called Upscaling the Benefits of Push-Pull Technology, where we are integrating pigeon pea as an agroforestry crop and also as a legume. Why? Because as I have told you, during the research we realized the rainfall patterns have changed. We have to think and shift our interventions. And so it is safer to shield a farmer by introducing a crop that they are not originally used to having. So that when you have your intercrops, when one fails, at least you're able to get produce from the other. This pigeon pea, when we plant it during the short rain season, it mostly germinates and it's ready for harvest during the dry season, which again, it helps to be able to bridge the gap of food security. Diversity, we have to think about diversity when it comes to our planting pattern, our planting material, so that we are able to reduce risks in restoration. So that as you plant your bananas, as you plant your croton, as you plant your cypress, can you also have cassava? Can you also have vegetables inside? Can you also think about fodder crops? Because again, our farming systems are not homogeneous. They're very heterogeneous. But one of the key elements is that there's a course of integrated farming system where you'd find we have the livestock and we have the crops and all these things. So because we need them, then we have to make sure that our approach to restoration is not one-minded. You have to think broadly. You have to think about food, think about fodder, think about fuel wood, so that you can be able to meet all the needs. Talking about our seed sector in Kenya is majorly informal and the formal. The formal one is very known. I would like to bring to our attention the fact that the informal sector, which has been kind of undermined for a very long time, it accounts for 80 to 90% of seed transactions. That is to say, we can't just pull it out. And this is because some of the policies that we have had that concern seed are not very friendly to this informal sector. Yet we appreciate that they play a very critical role. It is not uncommon to see farmers exchange seeds. It is not uncommon to see farmers recycle seed. It is also not uncommon to see farmers buy seed in the local market. And our thoughts are, is it possible that we can be able to integrate some of this informal seed sector into the formal one, so that each and every person across the value chain is taken care of? Most of the focus has been on the multinationals. And of course, as I have mentioned, with the multinationals, they mostly deal with common crops like maize. Crops like sorghum, millets, which are very nutritious, there is not so much that is into it. And I am calling upon us that we can be able to champion some of these sentiments so that our government and the people that are in charge, you can be able to join us so that we can be able to make and influence policies that will be relevant to our context. Generally, this is how the structure looks like. Mostly we have those who do seed processing, we have the international and private sector who are the majority. We have marketing and distribution of certified seed, and the government is usually at the center in charge of policy, regulations, and standards. And so we're saying that with them at the center, we can be able to have these kind of engagements so that eventually, as they influence the seed processors, the international and private sectors, the local farmer is not forgotten in the process. Because eventually, that is what will help us. Because food security does not start from the top. It starts down at household. When every household is food secure, then the country will be food secure. And then the nation will be food secure. Ferris et al. In their study propose working together of this local seed system, as I have mentioned, where we have farmers having their own seed banks, like my mother would have her own, where we have community seed banks, people collect seeds, and they put them under one place, and they can easily be accessible. We have the gene banks of Kenya. At ICCCCER, we have our own gene bank, which also stores quite a number of seed. But the point is, let us look into having a semi-informal seed system, which is able to capture each and every person along the value chain so that no one is left. So that we don't have our farmers thinking that they can't be able to sell seed because the government would arrest them and they are not able to do their activities successfully. To talk a little bit about tree seed sourcing in particular, one of the challenges that we have experienced, even in the last interviews that we have been doing with the restoration champions, is that there is limited diversity of species, as I have mentioned. There is unreliable distribution. You find that, yes, we have the seed centers in specific regions in the country, but sometimes a farmer in the interior is not even able to afford transport to take them to the nearest seed center. For example, the one in Londiani or Tarbo. And this poses a challenge. The other one is the policy issues, again, regarding seed, where it's only, currently I think it's only the National Tree Seed Center that is allowed to sell tree seed. And as we are saying, you find that the tree seed center is very far. It is not accessible to what the farmer would want. And these are some of the things that we need to think about, because if we want to do restoration, then diversity has got to be at the back of our minds. And if you need diversity, then you need seed from a large pool. And again, you also need seed that is of good quality. And that's why we have realized that there's need for us as an institution to provide support, which we have started, and we hope that this is going to grow for seed collectors, training even of staff on description of seed sources, and nursery operators, just to have the techniques that they can be able to produce that seedling in the best way possible, so that when it gets to the farmer, they appreciate the value. Thinking about quality of seed, there are 4 key elements. Seed quality, genetic quality is very, very, very important. This is to do with true to type and resemblance to the mother. If you want to have the best quality of something, then the mother, even the mother tree, we call it the mother tree, it has got to be of good quality. Again, it should be free of diseases and pests. That is what we call the seed health. Physiological quality is to do with maturity. You want to have a seed lot that when you grow, they can be able to mature at the same time. You want to have a seed lot that has high yielding. That is to do with physiological quality. And when it comes to physical quality, you want a seed lot that has uniformity. It is free from debris and free from impurities. And this is very important because climate change actually affects these factors of seed quality. It can affect the physiological maturity. It can even affect yielding, depending on the different changes in the quality. For trees, we have 4 main types of seed sources. That is the natural forest, the plantations, breeding seed orchards, and farmlands. On these farmlands, there are farmers who have trees that they know that this tree is for seed. And sometimes people even take advantage of them. Because you know that seed needs to be sold somewhere, you can just go and take the seed from the farmer. Either you buy at an extremely low price, and then you go and sell premium because they are not aware. We are thinking, why not have these seed sources described and documented so that it is known that if you want this type of seed, you go to this particular farmer, and this farmer can get an incentive from it. Natural forests which are nearby, some people are allowed to collect seed from it, other times it's not allowed. But of course, it is one of the best seed sources. And breeding seed orchards, as ICCCCER, we have established a number at Kefri, And even during this project, we intend to establish another one so that in future, those who want to work on those species, for example, the Prunus africana, which is very important, very nutritious, they can be able to get seed for it. And why? Why are we talking about quality seed sources? Because it is in a quality seed source that someone will have guaranteed genetic quality, what we talked about, true to type. It has to come from a quality seed source. Otherwise, if you're collecting seed from farmland and the farmer has only one tree, and then you go and collect that seed from that tree and plant, and by bad luck, that tree either is diseased or something. What means is that whatever you will have planted in your nursery, it will all be sick. That is how much genetic quality is very important. That is why we insist on diversity. That on doing seed collection, you don't just collect from one tree. You've got to have a number of trees. For a seed source, it also informs us of site species suitability. We know that we have trees that are for dryland regions. Some of those trees, if you take them to the highlands, they will not be able to grow. And that is why it's very important for someone to know what is this seed source, where this tree seed has come from. Most of us don't usually think about it. You just go to wherever and you find seed and you plant it. So I'm inviting us to start thinking about it. If you're dealing with trees, if you're dealing with crops, whatever you're dealing with, think about where this seed came from. And the other thing is about reliability and traceability and high survival rates. So that if we have a nearby forest, you know, like Kereita Forest in Kiambu County. So farmers around there, it's advisable for them to collect seed from there. Because with that, then the survival rate is going to be higher. As compared to if we want to plant trees here in Eldoret and we go and collect seedlings from, say, Kitui, then we are setting ourselves up. The vision that we're looking into for a sustainable seed system is one that can be able to capture the elements that we've talked about in a nutshell. There has to be an enabling policy environment where the policies that we are making, the business environment that we are making, it has to be favorable for the locals. It has to benefit us first before it benefits anyone else. And again, we have to think about marketing, networking, and seed source descriptions. Why do I say this? Gone are the days when we would just need to have, say, a nursery for the sake of it. Gone are the days that we would just grow crops for home consumption. Sustainability requires us to think beyond just what we eat. There's a time a farmer once told me that for them, it is food on the table and money in the pocket. And I couldn't agree with them more. Because first, yes, you need the food, but you also need money in the pocket to get hold of other services. We're also thinking about tree seed centers, informal actors, and research organizations working together. Thinking of universities, thinking of international research organizations. Can we be able to come together and work towards having a sustainable system? Because we can't work in isolation. We cannot ignore the farmers. If you've been watching media, there has been a lot of talk about the seed policy and how it is not really favoring the farmers. And we encourage such conversations so that together, as we put our opinions and our sentiments, we can be able to talk to the people that are in charge and let them know and appreciate this is the value of local restoration. Knowledge and information exchange. This is very critical. It does not help me to know something and then I hide it and keep that information to myself. It has got to be out there. People need to know about it. You know? They need to know. If you read the Bible like myself, where it says, my people perish because of lack of knowledge, that is exactly what happens. When we are ignorant, when we don't have knowledge, we perish. But then when we are enlightened, when we know what we are supposed to do, then we change. And we are deliberate. We are able to change our ways. Indigenous knowledge is one of the critical things that will be very helpful, even when we talk about restoration. Our grandmothers, they know a lot. They have been doing some of these things for many years. If we would be able to, I'm even challenging the young people that are here, as you think about your careers and things like that. Have you ever thought about going to a community and taking notes, you know, tapping into that indigenous knowledge, which could be very relevant even to what you're working on or studying here in school? And so we really value indigenous knowledge and we really appreciate it for the seed systems, for restoration, and it could actually be able to inform us when we are coming up with interventions that are supposed to tackle climate change. As we draw to a conclusion, our invite is for community engagement. And community is us here and the people we left in class, in our job places, and wherever else, the people that we engage with. There's a call for us to be out there to do advocacy. There's a call for us to be free to do knowledge exchange. There's a call for us to engage in policy dialogues so that we can come to the table and bring our intentions. Unless we come out and speak of the things that we would want done in a certain way, sometimes nothing may be done about it. When it comes to seed, we are talking about plant rights for farmers. As I have mentioned, there are farmers who have some farmers who have very unique varieties of seed for whatever crops. And because they do not have the rights, sometimes someone takes advantage of them. And the call is for us to work together so that we can be able to even expand the seed classes so that we have a class that can clearly define a seed that is owned by a farmer in a small village in Baringo County. And it is known, and they can be able to get incentive out of it. This is how we will be able to make our seed systems sustainable. By working together, by sharing knowledge, and all by each of us taking an initiative in our small ways. Because jointly, when we work together, then we will be able to make an impact. This work is greatly supported by the Quality Seed for Africa project, and we collaborate with Bezos Earth Fund, and we are very happy to continue working on the restoration. Thank you.
Sylvia, I think she has really enlightened us, especially on areas of ensuring that we have quality seed, for all our programs. I think, Sylvia, we will hold our horses, our questions we can have after the next presentation. We have an online presentation from Ghana. Don't know, Prof is suggesting that we go voting. There is someone actually waiting at exactly. All right. Thank you. I think that is clear. Thank you, our DVC. Because we are having the other person online, actually from Ghana. So I think we are going to just listen to him for a few minutes so that we can go for tea. I know it is a bit late, but you will talk about mangrove restoration and also the national determined contributions. So these are commitments by countries on how they will reduce emissions from climate change. I hope they are already the ICT team as we continue. We will talk about that. And these NDCs, how we are reducing these emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, have to be measured so that every organization is tasked to do something to ensure that we reduce those emissions. And therefore, every country in the world has a target. Yeah, so the target for everyone is to ensure that by 2030, then 50% of greenhouse gas emissions must have been reduced. So each organization in every country has a target. I know the University of Eldoret has a target on how they need to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. All the institutions, including the partners that were here, have their target towards building that, ensuring that Kenya also meets its target. So all of us are working towards ensuring that we get to our target by the end of by 2030. I think with that we can have the presentation from Ofori from Ghana, Samuel Ofori from Accra, Ghana, so that immediately after that, then we can go for tea.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you so much for the introduction. I really appreciate. I think half of my presentation has already been done by the introduction. And thank you so much, Dr. Sylvia Buletti, for your presentation. I really get to learn a lot about how it's not just simple to get seeds to be transformed into seedlings for restoration. We need quality seeds for the success of our restoration efforts. So that is really, for me, a great learning this morning. I'm Samuel Ofori. I'm a Ghanaian based in Accra. I work with One Tree Planted, supporting organizations like Scope and other restoration champions to implement their restoration projects. And this morning I wanted to give a kind of short presentation on how essential mangrove ecosystems are relevant when it comes to the NDCs of African countries in particular. As we all know, every country that has signed the Paris Agreement is supposed to provide some kind of targets that they intend to meet by the end of 2030. So I'll just, in the next couple of slides, I'll be speaking more to this. The content for this presentation starts with an introduction, and then we go on to have a look at the research questions and speak a bit about the methodology that is being used for this research, and then share some initial results. So this is actually research that is conducted across the entire continent of Africa, where we have about 33 countries being currently selected, and there are several researchers that we are working with. And at the moment, we are currently at the results and discussion stage of the study. So I'll be able to share a bit of the results with you along the way. So what are NDCs? As our moderator already mentioned, these are targets set by countries that have signed the Paris Agreement to meet by 2030. And these focus on the mitigation and adaptation strategies of countries towards climate change. As we know, that's the backbone of the Paris Agreement. And one observation that we have made as a research team is about the fact that the focus, most of the NDCs, they focus on mitigation, like majority focus on mitigation. That has to do with reduction of the carbon emissions. And several of these nations, when we go further deep as to how many of them are looking at using nature or using more of forests to mitigate climate change, we realize that majority of them are focused on terrestrial ecosystems or landscapes as a reduction pathway. But the question that we ask ourselves is, how many of these are also focused on mangrove ecosystems? And that is the focus of this research. We want to know how many NDCs are looking at mangrove ecosystems as an opportunity to reduce their carbon emissions massively. And there's a scientific point to this that I make. I'll indicate that in the next slides. Here I indicate that this could be an on-top opportunity that may have been overlooked by several of these nations. Now, I'll speak about mangrove ecosystems and give a bit of maybe background on how or what do we mean when we talk about mangrove ecosystems. So these ecosystems that are located along the coasts of several nations, islands, and territories. And they consist of trees and shrubs, basically, and they can be found in over 120 countries. And that is very interesting. And these countries, when they look at regions, some of them are located in the tropical region, some are located in the subtropical region, some are even located in the warm temperate regions. So we can talk about in the US, the Florida state where we have mangroves located. And these ecosystems are so unique because they come with a diverse set of socio-ecological benefits. Talk of climate benefit, talk of biodiversity benefit, talk of socio-economic benefits to the people. They are diverse set of benefits. And for the purpose of this study, I'll focus on two in the next slides. But the challenge that we are all facing globally is that mangroves, and this is a recent report that was released by the IUCN, that 50% of mangroves across the world are at risk. And the major cause of this risk has to do with climate change, deforestation, and then pollution. So even as we see a great potential when it comes to getting mangroves as a major carbon reduction pathway, these mangroves globally are at risk, and that is 50%. That's a great proportion. Going forward, as I said earlier, mangroves have several socio-ecological benefits. But for the purpose of this study, we look at how mangroves can be used for reducing the carbon emissions of these nations. And that has to do with their ability to store a greater proportion of carbon, more in their roots and under story biomass, but also even in their above ground biomass. And research has been done which has revealed that mangroves are able to store even about 5 more times carbon when compared to other terrestrial ecosystems. So we look at the boreal forest, we look at the temperate forest, we look at the other tropical forests that we find ourselves with. And that shows us that there's a great potential that countries that possess mangroves, particularly in Africa, can find when they focus on mangrove conservation and restoration. Well, our research is finding something very interesting. Another aspect that we find that mangroves can bring to African nations for their NDCs is how they're able to protect coastal ecosystems or coastal communities. So that is the adaptation bit of it. They're able to reduce the risks of issues like coastal erosion, coastal flooding, tsunamis affecting these communities from being, destroying these communities. And this diagram actually shows us two very interesting, let me use my laser pointer, two very interesting scenes. Here is a coastal area, or let's say a community that is having mangroves protecting it. So as we all know, mangroves are located on the coast, or we call this area the intertidal zone. So we have the coast here, and then we have the mangroves before we find the land, the terrestrial area. So in such a community where they have matured stands of mangroves existing that are less deforested, when there is any surge or storms coming from the coast, these mangroves, particularly the rhizophora species that have these crop roots, are able to reduce the impact of these storms upon these coastal ecosystems. And this has been, research has been done severally, even from the 2004 tsunami that occurred in the Indian Oceans, particularly in Sri Lanka. It was found out that major parts of the country or the island that had matured mangrove stands were not heavily impacted compared to those that had deforested or limited mangrove stands. And this is a lesson that we want to make sure that countries are learning. While we find that countries are actually developing structures, artificial structures to protect coastal ecosystems, we find that these and then the ocean bringing out the storm just goes on to destroy the communities nearby. So the research questions that we develop are two. First, are African nations integrating mangrove conservation and restoration efforts into their NDCs to meet their climate change mitigation and adaptation goals? And two, secondly, to find out how committed are African nations in using mangrove conservation and restoration to achieve their climate change and mitigation adaptation goals. And the methodology that we are using, we first have to get access to all the NDCs, the current and the current NDCs of these countries, where we review to find out the key items that we are looking for. So we look for a couple of indicators, which I think in the next slide speaks a bit about that. And then we come out to get some key items as a way to summarize the NDCs to meet the research question that we have developed. Another aspect of data that we seek to get is to interview experts and stakeholders in these selected nations to get to understand more of the NDCs, because we believe that sometimes the NDCs do not really bring out the actual aspects of action when it comes to the ground. So having such engagements brings a lot of knowledge and information to us to use. And out of this, we're able to score and do like a rank analysis of the indicators using the indicators and the questions that we developed. And further, we do statistical analysis of the data and also the results, the initial results that we've gotten from the scoring assessment. And we develop we kind of visualize the data to help many to understand through different statistical methods or through different statistical visualization analytical methods. So these are the questions that we developed. First, we look at whether the NDCs indicates relevant mitigation strategies. For this question, most of the NDCs actually scored yes. So how we score is basically a yes and no. So yes means 1, no implies 0. And some of these questions we give a higher weight. So instead of 1 for a question like question 1, which is like a basic question, a question like a question that focuses on mango specifically, we give a weight of 2. So I'll just go ahead. The second question looks at how the NDCs captures relevant adaptation strategies. The further question is if these NDCs actually have actions for blue carbon or coastal zone or ecosystems in general. And this is a more specific question to mangroves, where we look at how the NDCs actually have mitigation strategies that mention mangrove conservation and restoration. And then the further looks at how the adaptation strategies of these NDCs mention mangrove conservation and restoration. And then the next question looks at if there's a budget that that focuses, a budget that is used to take care of ongoing and future forest and wetland ecosystems. And then we go further to find out if there's a budget specifically for blue carbon or coastal ecosystems. And even further, we go to look at if there's a budget for mangrove conservation specifically and restoration. And we also find out if the NDCs highlight proposed areas or sites or locations for mangrove conservation and restoration. And then the third question that we have here is to find out if the NDCs have timelines dedicated for mangrove conservation and restoration. And lastly, we want to find out, or we actually find out, if the NDCs highlight how many hectares or percentage of mangroves to be restored. So we are looking at the impact. We wouldn't just give a score to a country that says we are going to restore mangrove, but we don't know how much of mangrove extent is going to be restored or conserved. And we do have like initial results, and that's actually the last slide, where through the ranking analysis that we did from these questions that I just presented, we have countries scoring really high, some countries scoring really low for different reasons. And these are just initial results. We would be looking at each of these countries specifically to understand the context more closely. But by way of rank, we realize the country that scored highest is Equatorial Guinea. And it's amazing when you look at their NDC document, you realize that there is so much clarity when it comes to how they are going to use mangrove ecosystems to reduce their carbon emissions, but also even to serve as an adaptation strategy. Since this conference is going on in Kenya, I'll just speak also about Kenya. Kenya scores, I think, 7 here, and it's also very impressive. Kenya's NDC is quite clear, relatively clear. There are countries that do not mention mangroves or coastal ecosystems in their NDCs, yet these countries possess mangroves. So it's very interesting. I think there's a lot of policy dimension to this. There's a lot of internal discussion that needs to be done in country to understand why this is the situation. We want to be able to develop a study that at the end of the day would be relevant to the nations that have mangroves and that have signed the Paris Agreement as a way to reduce their carbon emissions. Because we realize mangroves, as I shared earlier in the previous slide, the mangroves are able to store much more carbon compared to terrestrial ecosystems, and even compared to other carbon reduction pathways. The challenge has been that there's lack of understanding, there's lack of funds, there's lack of interest at the national level, and we want to make sure that by the end of this research, this would be something that countries can look at and then make effective changes to their NDC targets. I believe by next year, several of these countries will be reviewing their NDCs. They'll be submitting new NDCs as required under the Paris Agreement, and we believe that this research can help shape the direction of African nations, their NDCs. I'd like to stop here and then say thank you so much for this time of presentation. I hope I didn't bore you so much, and I hope this also brings out much interest when it comes to mangrove conservation and restoration in our day-to-day lives. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was listening to myself. So, because he's online, I think we can ask him questions. Then the questions that are supposed to go to Sylvia, we can do that after tea. So, thank you. I think we can have a few questions from the team that is here. We can have someone with the other microphone, kindly, so that we can have a few questions for like 5 minutes. Questions from the floor? Yes, Dr. Saina?
Thank you for the great presentation. I followed it up, and I was so interested in the initial results. When I looked at Kenya, the bar was very low. I think it was the lowest. We wanted to know what it means, or what is it that we are doing in Kenya. Do we have to ensure that we make the effective change in our NDC? Please make it clear.
All right, thank you. You know, when they listen, when you look at these results, you want to know where you are. That's why, Dr. We can have 2 others so that we can respond.
Good afternoon. My name is Valentine. Okay, I didn't exactly get how he came about, the way he collected the data. So was he traveling from country to country to collect the data, or which method did he use? Thank you.
Yes. Somehow my question may be a stretch a little bit, and it's around your own experiences doing this work and looking at marine conservation and looking at what local communities are doing. I know we have what we call MMAs, local managed marine areas, and they are mostly run by CBOs and all that. And how do the NDCs intend to propagate action at the lowest level within coastal communities?
Wow. Thank you. Any other from this side?
I was listening to the researcher, but I want to ask him what was the basis of him leaving out some countries like Uganda because they were not observed, they were not seen.
Interesting. One final burning one so that we go to the answer. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Sanare. My question will based on the how has the international community responded to the effects of climate change? Because we have the Paris Agreement of 2015. How is the progress so far? Because it's a global, it's something that is affecting the whole continent. Thank you.
One last question. I know you talked a lot about the reduction of CO2 and the impact on protection from natural disasters, but there's also, maybe you can talk about the impact for biodiversity. I know it helps, there's a lot of biodiversity within mangrove forests, so maybe you can touch on that a bit.
Okay, thank you. I think, Samuel, you can give some response?
Yes, thank you so much. Wow, these are really great questions. For the first one, let me just share my screen to show you a snippet of what the results that we have from this graph that I showed, the actual results here. So Kenya, we have Kenya here. Let me highlight Kenya. So based, as I said, we have these questions that as a team, we agreed on them and assigned weights or values to these questions. So every country has, every country's NDCs were reviewed without bias, and they were scored again without bias. So we have these questions, as I said earlier, questions like if the NDCs have like relevant mitigation strategies or adaptation strategies. These are basic questions, and majority of these countries scored yes or scored 1 for 8. But here is a total or a summation of all the scores for Kenya, and we realize that a question like if the NDCs of the country specifically mentioned mangrove conservation and restoration, Kenya scored no or 0 for it. A question like if there's a budget specifically for mangrove conservation or restoration, again, Kenya scored 0. Similarly for some of these other questions. So we are going to do further analysis, further discussion on each of these actually questions that we have as a way to bring out the essence of all of these things that are going on locally. A country may not have had a budget for certain reasons. We want to find out why. And that is like an extensive perspective that I want to look at in the future for this research. So Kenya scored this much due to some of these reasons. They scored 0 for some of these questions. The next question had to do with how the data was collected. So the primary source of data was the NDCs of this country. So we tried to, there is an NDC registry website developed by the I think the UNFCCC, where every country has uploaded their NDCs there, and there you can find the up-to-date NDCs. So we downloaded them, and we conducted a review, a systematic review of these NDCs. And out of that, we could get these questions answered. So that's like the major source of data, and these countries were scored based on these NDCs. So we didn't use any other documents. The primary document that we used were the NDCs. Someone may argue that maybe the NDCs are not detailed enough, so you cannot base your conclusions on the NDCs. But then the point is, or the reality is, these are documents that have been submitted to the Paris Agreement. We understand that there are several other relevant documents, but we want to make sure that there is no bias across the study area that we are looking at. So we needed to find a common document, and that was the NDC. The next question was about how the NDCs propagate actions in these local communities. I believe even as there are several restoration programs that are going on. There are several conservation programs that are going on across the world. And these targets, most of these targets, like the AFR 100 targets or the NDC, the Paris Agreement target, they are very much joined, they are very much linked. So in as much as a country, for example, when it comes to the AFR 100 targets, countries like Ghana, for instance, my country seeks to restore 2 million hectares of lands. And this is pretty much joined to meet their national climate actions, or the Paris Agreement. So some of these actions or some of these targets go down to include restoration activities implemented by NGOs. And one of the programs that are actually feeding into the AFR 100 is the Child Fund for AFR 100, where local NGOs are given the opportunity to restore their degraded landscapes, and these targets that they meet feed into the overall targets for the AF 100. So there is active local action in this sense. There's a question about why some countries were not included. So we wanted to focus on countries that possess mangroves within Africa, and these countries also include the islands or the territories of some other countries like Mayotte, which is a territory of France. So we did find out that countries like Uganda do not possess mangroves, so they were not selected. So that's a major aspect. We had 33 countries overall. And there's a question on how the international community is contributing to all of this. I believe there's a lot of commitment, there's a lot of action done that we might not be aware of. For me, it was even amazing to find out that within Africa, there's a lot of action going on when it comes to mangrove conservation, but we do not have much information on them. So it's something that we need to promote. It's something that we need to make sure that it is a story that is told. Nigeria, for instance, has one of the greatest mangrove extents across the world. I think it's the country with the third largest mangrove extent, if I'm correct. But we do not know much about mangroves in Nigeria. The Niger Delta carries a lot of mangroves, but it's also facing a lot of distraction from different activities. I think the last question had to do with the missing aspect of biodiversity in this research. Definitely, biodiversity cannot be put away. We believe that mangrove ecosystems actually have a wide network with different ecosystems, but also different species. But for the purpose of this research, we wanted to just focus on the Paris Agreement, which has to do with climate primarily. So yes, there is that aspect of people, there is that aspect of biodiversity, but we just focus on the climate aspect of this, and that is why there's not much spoken about biodiversity.
Thank you so much, Samuel. I think, yeah, we will continue having more questions. I know the participants really want to get some more feel. I know Kenfrey wanted to say something, but I think we'll give you next time. I want to give to Professor to make some comment about that presentation and part of the results.
Sorry, thank you so much. I think the data on Kenya, maybe we need to review, because we know there's a lot of work that is going on in mangrove conservation, and maybe we could share later, particularly mangrove conservation. There's a lot of work that has been done by even some of the organizations. Apart from the local communities, like we have like Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. I don't know whether you reviewed them, something Mikoko, Pamoja, something like that. They have several initiatives there that maybe you could verify with our Kenyan counterparts. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Samuel, for that wonderful presentation. I think we will still need to engage you and through the team. I want us to give him a hearty clap, and I think for him we can give him flowers. Is that so? Yeah, nimeona ni kama we'll give him flowers so that yeah, he can be able to shine. So who can demonstrate? Yeah, I think we can give him flowers. Yeah, pink flowers, yellow flowers, white flowers, yes, red roses. Then you package, you give it to him. You give it to him again, all the way to Accra, Ghana. Thank you so much. We want to thank you, and I want to hand back the program to our Professor Mwamburi so that she can guide us in the next section. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you so much. You forgot something. We didn't give Dr. Sylvia flowers. So let's give Dr. Sylvia flowers also. Which color? Purple? Blue? Pink ones? White? Yellow? Okay, let's give them to her. Again. Thank you so much, our morning presenters. We are very much humbled. I hope you still have the questions for Dr. Sylvia. We are going to have them after tea. But before we go for tea, we are going to take a group picture. First of all, we are going to take a group picture outside there, and then we are going to head out for tea. We are going to have our partners and our members of staff. And then I think there's someone who's going to direct the rest, how to come outside, how to join the group. So is that okay? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that morning session. Out here at the entrance, all of us, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hello. Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I think we want to request the participants who are still outside, let us come in so that we can continue with the next session. I've seen the gentleman who is just outside there. Kindly come in. Yes, so that we can continue with the next session. We have to really ensure that we keep time. So this afternoon, I think we start with a few questions. We will request the participants to ask questions in relation to Dr. Sylvia's presentation. Yeah, I think we will restrict it to just only 2 questions. 2 questions. Then we can have the Laikipia team presenting, and Koseo should also be ready to make your remarks. Yeah, anyone with a question to Dr. Sylvia from ICRAF?
Dr. Sylvia, lately, my name is Esther. I'm from EcoSmart, and I have one question for Dr. Sylvia. Since 2022, there was a seed law passed here in Kenya. I think you know about the law. Basically, I think the law supports the plant breeders more than the farmers' rights. You as ICRAF, what are your plans or strategies that will help protect the farmers from these laws?
Any other? I think she has written that down. We can have another question to Dr. Sylvia. Anyone from the, I think, yeah.
My name is Dixon. I have a question about, I think, a concept that has been going over the last few years, which is seed sovereignty, and how, as a country, we are positioning ourselves or not to make sure that, an aspect of food security will also being self-sufficient on our own seed production and our own generation of seed, whether they are local or informal or not. What's your take around our own approach as a government and our own approach as people and as farmers towards that?
Okay, Sylvia, let me add on what my colleague has said, but mine is on the patenting of seed by multinationals like Monsanto and the likes, and the future of the genetic material security. Secondly is on GMOs. As you know, the seeds of GMOs, they produce seeds that are not, you are not able to multiply. Again, on seed security. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the wonderful questions. The first one on how can ICRAF support farmers in terms of the seed laws so that they can be favorable. As I mentioned, one of the mandates that we have in the current project on quality tree seeds for Africa is that we are intentional so that we can be able to help practitioners of restoration to be able to access quality seed. And one of the things that we have been doing is to gather information. We have, in the last three to 4 months, we have been visiting restoration champions, their nurseries together with community nurseries that they work with. And there's an agreement that seed access, seed quality is a problem. And for us, this is a basis for an argument that we intend to present to the government. And we are happy that in one of the projects, we are partnering with Kefri. So we have organized engagement platforms which are yet to be rolled, well, they've been rolled out already in Rwanda because the project is in Rwanda and here in Kenya, where ICCCCER has been meeting seed cooperatives to discuss together with the RFA, Rwanda Forestry Authority, what can they do, how can they work together so that they make the seed access environment conducive to the farmers. And we intend to do the same even here for the Kenyan champions and also engagement with the government stakeholders. This is CALRO, KEFRI, and KEFIS. We've also been having this kind of discussions. And we are optimistic that by the end of this, we can be able to bring, to share the inputs from the real practitioners. And we are also encouraging practitioners also to be able to meet and also write. You know, when there's a document that we can actually present and say, this is the views of the farmers, somehow it gives us like a backbone. It helps us to support. The question was about seed that's up. The concept of seed sovereignty is the ability of farmers to have the right to be able to save seed, the right to be able to exchange seed, and the right to be able to sell their own seed. Now, ICCCCER has done research in Ethiopia, and they have found out that some of these concepts where farmers are allowed to easily exchange seed, it is working for them. Other than when we have laws that are restricting farmers to be able to access seed when it actually could be a solution. And so, for us, we support it. We support the fact that farmers should have seed sovereignty. They should be able to have access to save their seed. They should even have the rights to those seeds that they have saved even for a longer time. And I believe there is a way this can be worked around so that, again, the breeders are not left behind. I think the problem is where maybe the more focus is put on the breeders' rights, and then there is very minimal focus on what the farmers are working on. Talking about the future of genetic material, as I mentioned, lots of focus in our seed industry has been on the multinationals. And we all appreciate that their focus is very limited. And to crops, you'd find them maybe just maize and beans and cowpea, these kind of crops. But then when it comes to some of our local genetic threatened species, they don't want, there's no focus on them. But I appreciate the fact that this has been changing over time. There are a number of organizations that have been coming out to talk about that seed law. to challenge it. There's a conference workshop that was organized by Vision together with the Ministry of Agriculture, and the essence of the workshop was to talk about how farmer managed seed systems can be incorporated into the overall and the plan that the government has when it comes to development of seed systems. And there has to be a shift from the multinationals so that we can also focus on what is local for our own consumption. Again, the same, what we know about most of the improved varieties that we use currently, I'll talk about maize because it is a common crop. You realize that you can't store that seed for the future. Like once you use it, that's it. And the whole idea of that is that then this farmer finds themselves in a crisis where they have to keep buying seed for each and every season. And as we can see, this is deviating from how it was previously. The very superior varieties that we would have that farmers could be able to store for season and another season, that cannot be possible with the current improved varieties that we have. And it's the same for the genetically modified seed. Well, I know that there are some crops that are genetically modified and it has been beneficial. One of them is the BT cotton, which was improved so that it could be able to be resistant against the cotton bollworm. With these other types of seed or other types of crops, what should happen in an ideal situation is that when there is any genetically modified organisms in the market, it should actually be first made known to the consumers. They need to know. They need to be labeled. The kind of research that goes into it, it needs to be made aware so that this is what happens to those countries that have adopted genetically modified organisms. They are clearly marked so that if you go to the market and you do not have a problem with consuming genetically modified organisms, you have the option to just go and buy. And if by any chance someone feels that they are not interested, then they have the choice. I think the challenge that we sometimes have is where there's lack of knowledge, where we really don't have a lot of background on why is it genetically modified, what are they intending to improve in this crop or in this variety. But generally, I think breeding is one of the things that can be utilized so that we can be able to get material that is even climate resilient. That's what I would say.
Thank you. I think more questions can be sent to the team so that we can reach Dr. Sylvia. We can do more conversations even during lunchtime. I think now we want to have the team from COSEO and Laikipia presenting. So I want to ask John, to come forward and together with your team from COSEO. I think COSEO, you can make remarks before John. For a few minutes. We are running out of time, so you have 5 minutes or less. And then John, you can have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Okay, so I had said Stephen Bundotich from Community Social Environmental Organization. That's a CPO based in Baringo County. Okay, I'm just going to talk about an experience that I have experienced in this process of restoration. Why do we restore? We restore because of the degradation that we inflicted in our ecosystem. I was born about 50 years ago, and in early 80s, I remember we used to carry our utensils to a stream next to our home to clean them. Currently, almost there's no stream around. So we want to go back, we want to restore so that we may go back to where we were. Now, currently we have partnered with Terra Fund, over 100, and we are restoring about 100 hectares in Lembus ecosystem. Lembus is in Eldamaravine sub-county, that is in Baringo County. Now we are planting about 150,000 seedlings just along the riparians and wetlands and wetland areas. Now, I have a small experience that touched me greatly last week. Last year we had the privilege of hosting World Environment Day for Baringo County. And what we did, we planted some trees in a wetland which had dried. And after doing that, we fenced the area which is within a forest, a government forest, a KVS land. We fenced it, and then in our process of monitoring last week, the experience that I saw is an experience that I want to share with you. Now, when we visited the area, we found that the water level has risen, a lot of grass has grown, and then cranes have come to reside there. They have made their habitat that place. Then an old man in that village then told us that now this one, the cranes have come back as it used to be long time ago. And that is what I saw as restoration. To me, I think that small act that we did is a great sign of restoration. Now, while sitting there, then I decided to Google about the cranes. This bird called the crane, their habitat and their implications. Then I saw that a crane is an emblem of peace. That's what I saw while sitting there. Now, this emblem of peace, then it reminded me of a conflict which arose between the people of Baringo, the highland part of Eldamaravine, and the lowland part of Mogotio, which escalated even between the two MPs of Mogotio and Eldamaravine. What happened is people were fighting over the scarce resource of water. The people in the upper zone, during the dry season, diverted the little water which was flowing to the lower side to do the irrigation, which forced the people from the lower side to come following where the water is, where the water stopped. And when they found the diversion, they started breaking the pipes, which resulted to conflicts. Some people harmed themselves, and conflicts arose. Now, when I saw that the crane is the emblem of peace, then now the cranes have resided there. People now are enjoying when they see the cranes dancing and doing their kind of rituals. Then I am reflecting now that with that, there will be no more conflicts. So that is just a small experience that I just wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we can clap for him. Yeah, And with that, let's have John. So we'll clap for everyone nicely in the evening when we will finish. Thank you. So you have 7 minutes. Then after that, we have engineer from North Rift Valley Waterworks Development Authority to make a few remarks on behalf of the CEO, and then the CEO, the acting MD, Eldoas.
So good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Tumekunywa chai. So my name is John Kiongo. I work with an organization called the Laikipia Wildlife Forum. We are based in Nanyuki, in Laikipia. So the presentation I'm about to make will tackle, it's a meeting by the Restoration Alliance. So today I just want to talk about the restoration initiatives and interventions that we are currently doing in Laikipia. So next slide, please. So in brief, as he moves, in brief I'll just talk about what the Laikipia Wildlife Forum. So we are a non-profit organization that is very old. It was formed in 1992, and it's a membership-driven organization, just like the Restoration Alliance. We are made up of members from different aspects of conservation. We have RUAs, we have CFAs, we have community conservancies, private conservancies, students. We are very broad-based, as I would call it. And we basically were formed to address different conservation issues and give different people a platform to discuss the issues. Next slide, please. So I think I'll skip on the mission and vision. I think that basically I've summarized it, but these are our thematic areas. We work across 6 thematic areas. So of course, because we are called Laikipia Wildlife Forum, Laikipia Wildlife Forum was formed by people who wanted to manage wildlife outside protected areas. So wildlife is our key thematic area, but we also have other thematic areas such as water, rangelands, land use, tourism, conservation, education. And each of the thematic areas you see here, we have programs against each thematic area. Next slide, please. So today I'll be talking mainly about the different funded programs that we have. So we have 3 main development partners in the aspect of restoration. And the first one is, as Stephen has mentioned, Terra Fund for AFR 100, who have supported us as well to grow 150,000 trees within Laikipia's ecosystem. The other development partner we have is Alliance Biodiversity International and CIAT. And the last one is FAO, which is Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN. So for Terra Fund, for AFR 100, as I said, we are planting 150,000 trees. We have 2 major sites. So the first one is Shamanek, gazetted forest, where we are doing 70,000 tree seedlings within the forest. And these are different tree species. So as you can see, we are doing red cedar, we are doing waterberry, we are doing forest dombea. The selection of these tree seedlings was based on, I know most of you have heard about the Jazamiti app. So we used Jazamiti to do species site selection, and we were able to identify this as the best trees for that particular region. We also involve the community a lot. Before we do any major project, we hold community sensitization meetings just so that the community can have ownership of the different projects. So they were also able to suggest the same seedlings. As I mentioned, we engage communities a lot. So apart from the 70,000, around Shamanek Forest, we're also engaging the community to do 30,000 fruit seedlings. So the fruit seedlings we are doing are the Hass and Fuete avocado, but we're also doing pomegranates. Apart from Shamanek Forest, we're also around Mount Kenya Forest, and this is particularly in the Liki and Nanyuki River riparian. So our riparians are very degraded, and that is why we identified them as potential sites to carry out our project. So we are doing 50,000 trees across Liki and Nanyuki riparian. The trees we will plant across these riparians are the bamboo seedlings. Bamboos are very good for riparian restoration. So aside from the tree planting or tree growing, we've also established 3 nurseries. As Dr. had said, they are monitoring the different nurseries that had been established, and we had established one at the Laikipia Wildlife Forum offices, and the team from ICCCCER came and gave us feedback about what we are doing right, what we are doing wrong. But we've also established 2 other nurseries, one along the Leaky Riparian, and also another one in a forest known as Mukogodo Forest. So these nurseries will help us have additional seedlings in order to facilitate the completion of this project. So next slide. So these are some of the photos from the tree planting initiatives we've done. The first photo is Shamanek Forest. This was during the tree launch, where we planted a total of 45,000 trees. The bottom one is Nanyuki Riparian, where we did 15,000. And the photo here is Nanyuki Riparian as well. But I just wanted to show that intervention where communities are using shade nets to protect the bamboo seedlings from predation or maybe from damage as well. So, yeah, next slide. So FAO supported restoration initiatives. FAO have been our longest development partners. We've implemented 4 letters of agreements with FAO. And basically what we are doing in terms of restoration, we have a troubling invasive species in Laikipia. It's called Opuntia stricta. It's a family of the cactus. It's in the cactus family rather. So we've cleared 82 hectares of Opuntia stricta through physical removal that is involved in people and biological control, where you use cochineal to manage the Opuntia. We've also constructed 17,040 microcatchments or semicircular bands. I realize this is a different landscape altogether, so this might be a foreign concept, but I'll show you in another photo what microcatchments are. We've also trained people on how to construct microcatchments. We've planted trees through FAO as well. We've established hay farms just to support livelihoods. And we've also supported a cooperative called Duboto that does beekeeping, just to provide for them an alternative source of livelihood as well. So next slide. So I'm sure for the people at the back, you might struggle to see, but this is what we call the Opuntia species. It's Opuntia stricta, but there are different species to it. We also have Opuntia engelemani, but the one that we are currently managing is Opuntia stricta. So you can see how invaded this particular area is. This is Mayanat. Next slide. So as you can see, the community is working on removing the Opuntia. This is through physical cutting, and then they heap, and then they bury. So this is the process of removal, one of the processes of removal rather. So next slide. What you can see on your screen is what I was referring to as the semicircular bands or microcatchments. So these are dug in areas which are degraded. You can see this is the same site which I showed you we were clearing Opuntia. So you just dig 5 meters by 2.5. And what these do, the reason we are calling them microcatchments, they assist with storing water or capturing runoff water. So in areas which are degraded or bare, it's very easy to lose a lot of water. But when it rains here, we seed these microcatchments with grass. Specifically for us, we are doing Maasai love grass and African foxtail. So once the water is captured, grass can grow in these semicircular bands. Next slide. So believe it or not, this is the same site a few months after. So for many communities, they are struggling to manage Opuntia. Many are complaining. The reason why we want to eradicate Opuntia is because once we have drought seasons, rather than eating grass, cattle will go for the Opuntia, just looking for something to eat. but the opuntia has spikes, which can damage the digestive system of cattle. So what we are trying to pilot, this project is not, we are just piloting it. So we are trying to see if Opuntia stricta can be converted into animal feed to make it more palatable for cattle. So the photo you can see there, they're using a flamethrower to burn the spikes of the Opuntia, and then it is shredded and then fed to cattle. So here you can see Charlene Ruto and Soipan while we were exhibiting at the World Drought and Desertification Day. Next slide. Alliance Biodiversity International CEAT Restoration Initiatives. So this is one of another innovative project that we are running, funded by Biodiversity Alliance and CEAT. So the project is dubbed My Farm Trees Program. It is being implemented in Kogodo West, Laikipia. Here we distributed 25,000 tree seedlings to 10 community groups and 5 schools. So the groups were women and youth groups who are our main target. The unique thing about this project is it's incentivized. For each tree grown, rather than planted, grown, you are given an incentive of $2 every 6 months per tree. So ideally, people are being compensated for the trees that they are. And what we found, we experienced a very, for people who know, Laikipia is an ASAL region, an arid and semi-arid land. So people are able to manage their trees because they know there is something coming in return. So if you go to the next slide. So this was during the tree distribution where we were giving the tree seedlings to the different community members. Here is how we were teaching the different stakeholders on how to capture the data from their trees, survival rate, etc., so that they can be able to be reimbursed as well. The rest of the photos is the same. Next slide. So maybe just to discuss some challenges in our restoration efforts. I'll discuss the challenges and our interventions as well, what we are doing to curb these challenges. So number one is water scarcity. As I mentioned, Laikipia is an arid and semi-arid land, so water scarcity is a major challenge. The trees that we are giving out to people, we don't know whether they'll survive. They have low survival rates, but what we are doing in return, we are doing a lot of water harvesting initiatives. One is through the construction of water ponds and dams. We are also doing a lot of installation of gutters and tanks just to assist with water harvesting when it's the rainy season. Number two is low community involvement and sensitization. We usually want at the end of every project to hand over the project back to the community so that they can take ownership. So we found this as a major challenge initially, but through involving the different community leaders, the CLMCs, or the community land management committees, the RUAs, the CFAs, we were able to overcome this problem. Resource constraints. What we do at Laikipia Wildlife Forum is very resource intensive. So, of course, resources is something that we would encounter as a problem. So, through partners such as FAO, Alliance, Biodiversity, and CEAT, Terra Fund for AFR 100, we are able to overcome some of these resource challenges. And we hope that through such platforms, we can bring other people to support our work as well. Next slide. So basically, if you want to learn more about our initiatives and what we do, you can visit our website, www.laikipia.org. As I mentioned, Laikipia Wildlife Forum is also a membership organization. So we invite everyone, whether you are a student, whether you are an environmental club, whether you are a corporate such as ABSA, any other conservation organizations that are here, we welcome you on board. So I think that is my time.
Gen Z. Yeah, I think we are happy with that. So in the next session, we will have the team from North Rift Valley Waterworks, engineer. I think you can make your remarks. Then the other team, we will have a plenary. The Vice Chancellor is coming over, and the DVC. So we'll have a plenary of the MD Eldoas, the APSA team, Maliasili, and yeah, the DVC and the VC. So, karibu sana, engineer.
Thank you very much. I will correct you, I'm not an engineer. I'm a social scientist. So, but we are actually an engineering institution. Our core function is basically engineering, development of water and sanitation infrastructure. And we are a potential employer, maybe for the Gen Zs. Be alert, watch out. There could be some opportunities here and there because we are dealing with water and sanitation infrastructure development. This morning I did introduce myself and I said my name is Sami Kipkorir-Kigen, and I said I'm representing the CEO who is CPA Edwin Rotich. I had a talk immediately after tea and he passed his greetings to you. He's wishing you well as you continue with this noble conference. We were assigned the duty of presenting on sustainable water management and conservation efforts by our institution. And before I do that, hopefully I will do within 25 minutes, which you slotted us. Before I do that, I want to mention that we are an agency created in the year 2020. It's precisely 7th of February. And our first chairman is here. May I honor him by telling him to stand and wave everyone. Thank you very much. He steered us that far until he left. We are actually based in Eldoret. Our head office is in Eldoret. We are in the building called Office of the Auditor General, second floor. You are welcome. And our area of coverage is we cover Uasin Gishu County. We cover Elgeyo Marakwet County, West Pokot, and Turkana County. All these counties are particularly a challenge, and particularly West Pokot, Turkana, and part of Elgeyo Marakwet are categorized as semi-arid areas or hardship areas. And therefore, when you come to issues of climate change, we have that impact, all of us, as we operate within this particular area. I want to believe that the technical team that are projecting received our presentation, and therefore I'll invite him to walk the journey together with me as I do the presentation. Are you there? I can continue as he's struggling to get us through. Title is Sustainable Water Management and Conservation Efforts by North Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agency. You got it? Thank you. So we'll work together as we go through this process. It will not be too long. As I've introduced ourselves, that is enough for today. We will continue interacting and introducing ourselves as we go on. Thank you. Move on. Yes, we are going to present something on introduction. We will also quickly tell you what our mandate is. We will also mention our area coverage, which I've actually said a little, and the significance of sustainable water management in the North Rift Valley. And we will mention along the key principles. We will also look at sustainability, challenges, and suggested solutions. It will not be too long. I can see the faces are... yes, can we move on, please? Move to the next slide. I've just mentioned who we are, so we can move on again. We don't have to dwell so much on that. Briefly, our mandate is to undertake development, maintenance, and management of national water and sanitation waterworks. Some of you are aware that water is devolved, but the infrastructure development
is still partly national and partly county. So we do the large water infrastructures within our region, particularly the big ones, the water pipelines that are big, the dams and the ponds that are handled by the national government. That is what we do. I think the rest you can read it within the cassette notice. Move on so that we save time. That is our area of coverage. As I said, we cover about 83,103 square kilometers. And we have said we cover Uasin Gishu, West Pokot, Turkana, and Elgeyo Marakwet. We have an estimated population of 3.5 million people, and water demand at this particular area is 351.6. And the current potable water is 68.1 meter cubic per day that we require for the current population. Potable water that we need is 283, and the total population served with piped water is approximately 19%. So we still have a long way to go. 19% is a very small amount of water that we are meeting to the needs of the people within our region. And that is the reason why we are there. We will move on to make sure that we improve on that. Can we move to the next slide, please? Significance of sustainable water management in the North Rift Valley. We have said North Rift Valley region spans in a very diverse landscape, and we mentioned that this area is characterized by it's a semi-arid area. It's affected by drought most of the time, and we normally face a lot of challenges in terms of shortage of water, particularly West Pokot and Turkana and Elgeyo Marakwet. We move on. I think mentioned that. Water resources. Key principles of sustainable water management. We look at identifying sources of water. We do monitoring of quality, and we do understanding the ecosystem. Water resources assessment will require every other time. Whenever we are working and delivering this service, we want to know the identification of sources or know where the sources are. We also want to continuously monitor the quality and also understand the ecosystem in which we work, so that we'll be able to plan for intervention and plan for our future resource development. Can we move on, please? Efficient use and reuse. As an agency, we also participate in terms of efficient use of water, which will enable us to be able to serve our customers. And we do implement technologies that help us use water effectively. We also use do water treatment, and we also want to encourage the use of water recycling. We will be able to elaborate on that as we move on. When it comes to management, we are collaborating with local communities for conservation and sustainable practices. As we do the development of water and infrastructure, we develop, of course, for the communities and for the consumers. And before we go to a ground on an area where we have an interest, we involve the communities. We do have community involvement. We also involve the county government. We also involve other agencies within the ground. And as we involve them, we want to bring them to collaborate with us so that they can be able to help us in sustaining this resource. Once you have done the infrastructure, we normally hand over to the communities for those small infrastructures, and we enable them to manage them and make sure they are able to control the usage. We do sensitize the communities. We also form water management committees to be able to manage the water resources that we will have developed and we would have offered them through supply. It could be a borehole. It could be developing a catchment area or a spring. We will supply them, and we want them to manage. So we sensitize them and form communities that can manage, which will enable the sustainability of the resource, which is water. We can move on.
there are areas that we want to emphasize, or we normally emphasize, that as part of management, we require to ensure that there is compliance with water management regulations to maintain quality and equitable access. What it means is, if you are going to develop water and sanitation infrastructure, how is it going to be managed? How are you going to enforce distribution mechanisms? How are you going to enforce quality as you move on? So we are saying we need to ensure, as part of policy regulation, we need to ensure compliance with these policies that are established. And this one cuts across. There are many institutions that participate in this. You have NEMA, you have Water Resources Authority. These agencies have come up with policies that we all need to comply. And as an agency, we also comply with them. And where we have also realized, as we shall see from the challenges, is the enforcement requirement to ensure that quality and sustainability is contained. We also recommend, or we also foresee a requirement that there is need to strengthen compliance and enforcement measures through provision of adequate resources. At times, you have institutions which may not have capacity, maybe in terms of human resource, in terms of resources or finances, to manage, to carry out surveillance, to do monitoring and ensure that the resource in terms of water is managed, including the protection of catchment areas, which sometimes get degraded as a result of abstraction of water resources from those particular areas. Can we move on, please? Water infrastructure development. This is an involvement of construction of dams. We are mandated to do construction of dams, water ponds to increase water storage capacity. We are also encouraging a situation where we want to utilize sustainable materials and techniques to minimize environmental impact, e.g. elimination of asbestos pipes, adoption of energy efficient systems, and use of green energy. In our efforts to sustain water management, these are the areas that we employ in terms of developing our water infrastructure development. And we are saying, as we do these dams, one reason of doing the dams is to ensure that we enhance the storage. One way why we do the ponds is to ensure that we also have storage. We are alive to the fact that when there are a lot of rains, there's a lot of flooding that, of course, cause again environmental damages and problems. But when you harness water through the development of dams, through development of water ponds, you are able to restore the water and at the same time control the flow, and you are able to mitigate also in terms of the environmental impacts, as the floods are sometimes disastrous in some areas. So we've also adopted new technologies. We are using new pipes now. We are no longer using asbestos, as I think the Minister of Environment the other day, or Cabinet Secretary for Environment, issued a directive recently that we need to eliminate all this asbestos. We are in the process also to look around to see if there are any and be able to eliminate them and put the right materials to protect against the environment. We also using solar in some areas. When you use solar, of course, you know, you reduce also the emissions that are caused by other sources of energy. We move on. As part of our role, we do water quality monitoring, which requires routine testing to ensure safe and potable water supply. And when, of course, you discover that there is some pollution of some sort, we resort into protection or taking measures to ensure that our catchment areas are not polluted and our catchment areas are safe for water supplies. We also collaborate with the local health agencies to address water contamination and health risks. That is to ensure that what is being released to the population is fit for human consumption, and at the same time you are guaranteed of the protection of the catchment areas or sources of water to ensure that they are not are they are not polluted as time goes. There is promotion of sanitation practices. As an agency, we also provide infrastructure to ensure safe disposal of water into the environment. Of course, we have in areas where we have treatment works, we have online sanitations that we also put part and parcel of our programs. When we have any program that we have, for example, in areas where we have ponds, we do develop latrines, which are good, so that people can use them and be able to utilize the environment or dispose their waste in a manner that will not affect, again, the ponds that we collect the water for animal and human use. Move on. Water loss reduction. We are alive to the fact that there is a lot of water loss, and what people call it unaccounted for water. You've had something called the UFW. There is a lot of unaccounted for water, particularly in most companies that are delivering water experience this problem. The major cause of this, of course, is leakages and illegal connections. People steal water. I don't know whether it's good language to say you steal water, but people use water, or they consume water which they don't pay for, which result into what is called unaccounted for water. So in this area, we've also using, we've employed modern metering systems to ensure that we are accurately metering and billing, and we're able to detect any loss so that we can mitigate against the wastage and be able not, and probably reduce the abstraction from the natural ecosystem where we get a lot of water from there. So we are also calling upon our stakeholders to be vigilant on this, because this is water that you have already treated, you've invested, it is a very expensive, and therefore when you utilize it well and you reduce the illegal connection, you are able to get more money to plow back to areas of development and maintenance of water resources. And we move on. We move on, please. Am I measure? Challenges. The challenges are what I think our earlier speakers have mentioned. They have really addressed this well, where we have experienced degradation of water catchment areas, where the water catchment areas indeed are getting degraded, and therefore the volumes of water that they used to be long time ago is reducing drastically. And we need now to address this, and I think this is the purpose of this conference, to mitigate it in this area of degradation of water catchment areas. There is also poor farming practices, where we've noticed that quite a number of people do not care. They do farming along the river banks, causing a lot of erosion and causing a lot of wearing away of the fertile topsoil. That is an area that we've realized, and we want to encourage ourselves in this room to rethink and come up with solutions of how to address this idea of poor farming practices. This is a major cause of depleting the streams that have been there since the time immemorial. There is also over abstraction of groundwater. The aquifers are drying up. Everybody is coming up with a borehole everywhere, and they are abstracting all the water from the ground, and soon there will be no more water from the ground. There is the issue of water pollution, where, of course, the water, there is a lot of siltation coming upstream, and downstream is water. You know, you used to see water used to be very blue, but these days, if you see most of the water bodies, like Lake Victoria, for example, it is brown. You rarely see it as blue because of pollution that has affected through a lot of erosion and a lot of flooding. There is also weak enforcement of laws and regulations, and we want to really appeal to this forum to come up with some thinking along this line, where the laws can really be applied. Because people these days, when you try to, look at the riparian areas, people have said are blowing up to the rivers, up to the bank, which is also not right. There is also resource limitation because most of the institutions that have the capacity to help address these issues do not have the resources to address, particularly the mitigation element and the address of mitigation. Quickly on resolutions, I've seen you are around. Let us get the last slide. I think the last slide should be the last slide. We have suggested solutions. One of them, increased investment in sustainable water management practices and conservation efforts, enhance the planting of trees in water catchment areas, protect and conserve wetlands, practice good farming methods, establish multi-agency teams to coordinate environmental conservation activities. Number 5, I think, should be a very important aspect for all of us. I think we need to come together and pool our efforts together as agencies, institutions, government institutions. Can we have a multi-agency teams that can work together to coordinate the issue of environmental conservation and mitigation? If we do it that way, I think we will improve. Finally, from me, I think there was a preacher called Paul. When he had spoken, he said, this is from me. And this is from me. Can we be able to have a curriculum, a serious curriculum in school, where we can teach our children to begin thinking about environmental conservation? That is from me. I don't know whether it's there. If it is not there, can we think about it? Because it starts from far. If we start from the younger generation, let them speak about the environment. Most likely we will all have a new page and think of conserving the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sami, we want to really appreciate that he has told us a lot about North Rift Valley Waterworks Development Authority and some of the things that they do. Now, I want us to have a few questions, 3 questions maximum, and then, we have another microphone. Yeah, there is someone there, another person. Yeah, behind there. All right, Dr. Cheruto.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is, I'm interested to know about the issue of eliminating the pipes, the asbestos pipes. My concern is, we know asbestos, it is a cancer-causing agent, and since your mandate is actually the major, almost 4 counties or 5 counties, it is a worrying factor since all of us, we depend on Eldoas water amongst the 5 counties. So I don't know how far has the elimination of those pipes done with your mandate. Thank you.
Yeah, the other question.
Okay, my name is Elias Tobiko, a student at the University of Eldoret. Could wish to thank you for your presentation. Yes, I'm interested on your one of the principles, that is efficiency use of water under the technologies. So I wanted to seek clarification. You as North Rift Water Management Development, what are some of your inventions on the in terms of technology in improving your service delivery? Thank you.
Someone behind here.
My name is Joseph Kamau. I come from Naivasha, where we have a problem facing dental fluorosis. And I think there's North Rift, let's say, the area of Baringo. The area also faces the fluorosis as a major problem. I think I had an opportunity to visit that place. And my question is, are there maybe strategies to mitigate maybe the fluorosis in the water supply? Thank you.
Wow, na yeye ni exhibit.
Yes. My question, I'll try to make them brief. What specific sustainable livelihood activities are you encouraging amongst community? When we work with the local people on the ground, we want them to participate in the protection and conservation of the watershed management, natural resources, biodiversity. Please let me emphasize, and this should actually be highlighted in all our maybe efforts. Can we think of introducing some more sustainable, for instance, something like even beekeeping among the community, because the livelihood has to be emphasized. Another thing for you, my friend, you talked of some lack of law enforcement and so on. We are doing some work also here in North Rift, and I can tell you why and some other areas, specific areas, I could see people actually practicing and even farming up to the riverbank. And yet we have clear laws in Kenya that they tell you how far you should stop farming on the river ride. So I think we have to think of how we can encourage and inform people to ensure such thing. And finally, for you, my friend, again, you talked of poor farming practices. There's something we are implementing on the ground now. We call it LSM, Sustainable Land Management. Can you also encourage the local people to ensure sustainable land management? And my final question, I'm sorry taking too long, is for the earlier presentation, the one who went ahead of him, the one in Laikipia, wildlife management. John, please, I don't know whether you are also encouraging the local people as they are practicing to protect wildlife. Two small issues here. Are you also encouraging them to introduce some of what we call sustainable livelihoods, something that benefits them? Somebody had said earlier that local people want also money in the pocket. They also want food. They have to support themselves. Encourage that. And on that wildlife issues, that has been my area for over 40 years also, protection of wildlife management and so on in Africa or in Kenya in particular. Mind you that wild animals actually conflict with human interest. They can even kill human beings. As you are now managing wildlife in Laikipia area you know very well, are you also trying to practice some protective system to ensure that the dangerous animals or those that are affecting and they even generate diseases are actually taken care of so that people do not suffer the wildlife-human conflict? You have some programs that reducing the wildlife-human conflict in those areas. Thank you very much.
Wow, that is a professor talking, so thank you.
Thank you. I want to take the professor's point of view as a challenge to the floor, isn't it? He's contributed quite a lot, and sustainability. Well, we look at it in terms of how will the investment be maintained over years. And as we do from the infrastructure development, we do an infrastructure that lasts for 50 years. So we do apply the appropriate technology in terms of materials that you put in place to sustain you for almost for 50 years. We also look at it in terms of the population to reflect the number of people that you are likely to serve for that longevity of time of 50 years. So the sustainability of the project is taken care of through the design. And then the sustainability of the communities, as I said, we form communities. And during the formation of the communities, we do sensitize them on investment areas, uses of water in a very economical manner, and to be able to generate some income. We do encourage them to do small farming within their homes. We encourage them to invest in terms of areas like poultry and farming so that they are able to utilize the water for an economic use. We also encourage them to charge themselves the water so that they can get the money back to use for maintenance and sustainability of the program. So the training is quite elaborate for the committees and the people that are benefiting from the water. But I think we can do more, and I want to echo what the professor said. I think there's a lot that we do. There's a lot that people can do, like beekeeping and the rest. So the rest of us who have a role, kindly let us help them to utilize this. There was something about the asbestos aspect. We are currently undertaking a research, or rather we are assessing the level of usage of asbestos within Eldoret and other areas. And obviously, once we have come up with that, we will do a budget, and then we will always get money from the government to support us. We are going to implement one very soon, which is around the Eldoret Club and the city upgrading program. And we're going to remove all the pipes and replace with new ones. And we are moving on with other towns where we have the challenges of asbestos. Asbestos, by the way, is not only in the pipes, it's also in the roofs. So those of us who have roofs of asbestos, you rather also do your part and remove them, because they are not very good. As somebody mentioned, it has some effect to our bodies. Efficient use of water, this is the issue of the invention. We've not done much for now, but we are using what has already been invented. And we are using now HD pipes as one of the efficient use of water. We are also using things like leak detectors to enable us know that we are not losing water, and many other areas. I think we will collaborate with you, particularly this university and others, to give us an insight of areas where we can improve in terms of making the efficient use of water. Of course, when we give them water, we also encourage them to use drip pipes so that they can be able to save the water in areas where they have gardens, home gardens. We encourage them to use drip pipes so that they can economize the water. We also want to encourage you as our partners to come on board, visit us, give us challenges, give us ideas. We'll be able to take on board, and we will be able to take your concerns as you have raised. Where I've not answered, I've taken note. I will take them to my fellow colleagues so that we can work on it. In the next forum, we will be able to tell you more. Thank you very much of what we do.
Thank you so much, Sami. We want to really appreciate that presentation and having clarified some of the things. I know the CEO, Eldo was, the MD actually, Eldo has wanted to make some remarks on asbestos. I think we will allow you when you are in the plenary to make those remarks. We are having Professor Joanna Garnett from Spain, from the University of Madrid. She's online, and she wants to do her presentation just right now as the other team is preparing for the plenary. So Professor Joanna will be talking about bamboo living, and I think we can have her just on board so that we can continue. She can make her introduction, and then we continue.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank you, first of all, to Dr. Kisamop for this invitation. I'd like to present on behalf of me and Sara Matendo, who's leading also this project, Bamboo Living Pilot in Turkana County, Kenya. So I'm sharing the screen. I'm going to put full screen for a second. hopefully you'll enjoy it. So the project I'm going to present today is a SEED project, which is funded by the university we are working in, which is the the Technical University of Madrid. I'm an architect, and Sara Matendo, she's an agronomist. So bamboo living pilot in Turkana County is dealing with these two main aspects. So I would like to highlight that we are working with local partners, and that is very key to this SEED project, which are Masinde Muliro University, where we made an Erasmus Plus exchange, the University of Egerton, Paul and Miriam, they are developing a research part regarding the bamboo species. ACME, who's the local NGO which deals with the community development, and Don Bosco, who's a vocational training organization that works around the world, but in Kenya, in Kakuma, where we are developing the project. So the project is about the feasibility study of bamboo value chain application in refugee camps and their host communities in Turkana County in Kenya. Our general objective is to improve the economical, environmental, and social resilience of refugees and host communities in Turkana. So, how we are doing that? So we have some specific objectives in order to achieve this improvement. So first of all, we wanted to identify the optimal bamboo species that could grow best within the Turkana region climate, which is hot, sometimes it's dry. I mean, they have been experiences of drought, and the soil conditions. Secondly, we would like to train and educate the refugee population, host community, and local educational government institutions and local international NGOs in the bamboo value chain. So to raise awareness about the properties of bamboo. Third, to sensitize and raise awareness of the economical value and environmental benefits of bamboo use among different stakeholders. Fourth is to strengthen the relationship interaction between the different actors involved in the project and promote the exchange of knowledge and skills for integrating both communities, refugees, and hosts. And finally, to promote peace and conflict resolution, security, and gender equity processes in all actions and in a cross-cutting manner. So we have developed this project since we started in June, and we are developing until the final of this year. So it's a short project. That is why it's called SEED. It's funded, but it's poorly funded. The amount of money that we are spending is 7,000 euro. And we are developing in 5 different phases. So the first phase that happened before actually the project started was the preparation and organization of the project. The second phase was specialized, was thinking and preparing one innovative training, which is in presence, but also is going to be online through different videos and platforms. A third phase with technical and logistical implementation. So I'll explain that. You will see that in the next slides. And fourth phase is awareness raising talks like this one. The first phase is going to be the evaluation and lessons learned. So I'm just going to pass through. Well, this is only to show the different species in bamboo that exist worldwide. And the next question is why to use bamboo? Why to use it in Turkana County, and why? So the first and main reason is because it's the fastest growing woody perennial plant from the grass family Poaceae, Bambusoideae subfamily. And in order to attain the sustainable development goals, and also in parallel with the Kenya Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda. Why bamboo? So bamboo is a tropical and subtropical species that grows in tropical and subtropical countries, and is developed mainly, as you see in this map, Asia, Africa, and Latin America with a big coverage. And in Africa, you see that in Ethiopia, Kenya, Nigeria, Uganda, and Tanzania, bamboo coverage is about 2.8 million hectares, and which represent a 4.1% of the forest areas in these countries. So it's a local species that grows in Kenya. That's the important remark. What are the benefits of bamboo? So it has an economical benefit, which is, as I told you, is a Kenyan natural resource with its high yield. Compared to the wood, the harvest is 25 times greater due to its rapid vertical growth. In 6 months, it reaches 25 to 30 meters, depending on the species, and in 5 to 6 years, depending also on the species, it could grow until 25 centimeters in diameter. So that's the first point. Secondly, it improves livelihoods and empowers communities because it grows naturally, and so it can be harvested. And third, it improves the habitability of the housing condition. Also, the qualities of the bamboo that we want to highlight is that it's a very resistant material. It has excellent physical properties. It is called a vegetal steel. It's resistant and flexible, so it could work in terms of earthquakes and hurricanes. It has a rapid biomass production, and it reduces the temperature. It is also sustainable and environmental friendly material. It benefits the environment, and this is something very important in terms of climatic resilience, because it sequestrates CO2 and it can obtain carbon credits. It also promotes biodiversity, provides topsoil and controls soil erosion. It is a renewable material, which means that once it is you had the seedlings and you plant the seedlings, once you cut the bamboo, you cut the pole when it is mature, bamboo survives because of this bottom part of the bamboo. It is also a hydraulic regulation. It retains water over 30,000 liters per hectare, and it reduces flooding, which is very important in our case too. And both properties, like water retention and reduction of flooding. It also contributes to climate change mitigation and adaptation. So bamboo has 10,000 documents produced, which includes subsistence use products, timber substitutes, fiber and textile, plastic composites, food and beverage, energy, health, and cosmetic industry products. So this gives lots of variety of products that can be merchandised. So this is the bamboo plant. It's a section of where, since it grows, those are the ceilings. This is the lower part of the bamboo. It can grow very, very high, 20 meters, 18 meters. And this is when it is already mature, so it grows some leaves. So it has three parts, the bottom, middle, and the top part. And each part of the bamboo, it can be used for different purposes. Also, depending on the purposes of the bamboo, the products that we want to achieve. So according to the age, it needs to grow for 30 days to have food, or 1 year to have different products as basket work, or 2 years if we wait for 2 years so we can get some planks, strips, and laths that can be used for construction. And from 3 to 4 years, it can be used for civil structures, floors, and laminates. Here are some images that show the different products that you can get, as I explained. So the lower part of the bamboo, when it grows, it can be used for eating, and it can be kept. Also, that's a very important issue in Turkana, that it can be used as a charcoal for cooking. So timber and trees can be preserved. It can also be used for different handicrafts and domestic utensils. So here are different products. It can be commercialized too. It can be used for different kinds of furniture, like table, chairs, kitchen furniture, or even floors. Here in this image, we can see that it is widely used in different places as scaffoldings for construction, mainly in Asia, because and Latin America. And also here we see that in these sections we can get laths, and it can be spread, it can be flattened, and so we can get desks and other different products like doors or tops of the tables and so. So here we see that also is used as elements and systems for construction, for beams and pillars and so on. As here we can see to build the structure for the roof, columns, beams, trusses, and frames. And it can be even industrialized, like a very basic industrialization. So it can be making panels for facades and for interiors, and which is very good in terms of ventilation, and also can be used in this kind of wall construction. So it can be used in a very traditional way, putting mud and creating whole buildings about this material. It is also used as a constructive elements and systems for rapid response shelters for emergencies, like this one that we see here. And what is very important too is that Kenya has its own national bamboo policy from 2022, so it is regulated. So it means that it's a very interesting material to be used in Kenya. So the next question will be why in Turkana we propose to use bamboo. Bamboo in mainly where the camps are located is not found around. It's not found just there, but if you go to some like river places close to Turkana region, it can be found. Like Egerton University went there and has found some seedlings along the Takal River, and so it can be found. And what we are proposing is that because of this reason, why in Turkana? Because there are lots of refugees that are because of their needs and because of the needs of the host community. Also, host community is also cutting trees, and there's a big need for livelihoods as well, and for climate to procure climate resilience. So here we are. We are here in Kakuma. This is Kakuma town here. And this is Kakuma camp. This is a big camp. And here is the Kalobeye integrated settlements along the road is developed. And in our first trip to Kenya, Sarah and me, we were trying to search for partners. We went and visited the camps. So we were trying to understand how everything, if it was adequate. We've been working before with bamboo in different locations in Africa and in Latin America. So we developed this idea of working with bamboo. So we went there in Kakuma. We had some meetings with the refugee, with different organizations of refugees, and also this Don Bosco organization. We visited their facilities in Kakuma town and in Kakuma camp. We also visited the camp, we visited the house, we had meetings with NGOs and also with UNHCR, and they were very interested in this project. But this project is about doing a pilot, so just trying to understand if this could be escalated further on. So we visited the camp, we saw how the houses were built, what kind of structures they were using, like timber constructions for the pillars and for the beams. So this could be a good replacement with bamboo. People won't have to cut trees. And also we visited Kalobeye integrated settlements, and we saw that for these kind of emergency structures, the poles and the structure was given in timber, and UNHCR was very interested in the project and see if it could work. And those are just the more permanent housing, which refugees also combine with more temporary ones. So also we visited the host community, and we saw that they were using this kind of timber, and well, that could also be interesting for this kind of traditional constructions to goods. So in the second trip, where we already got the funds from the university, we visited, we did an exchange, university exchange, an Erasmus Plus with Masinde Muliro University in Kakamega. So we had the chance to visit the university and to make connections with the different deans of the university and with the vice chancellor. So it was a great opportunity to share also this project. We explained, and we wanted to engage with the university so they can take the lead on that. So I think it was something very interesting to do. Then during this trip, also with the people that work from Egerton University, did a trip in order to find where species could be found around the area, and in order to see what species could be planted, and see how they respond to the soil condition, the saline water condition, which is in Turkana. There's a lot of water and underground, but it's saline. So we want to make sure that the bamboo that we were going to plant was going to be resilient in terms of soils and water and temperature. So the four species that they recommend us is to use the Bambusa vulgaris, Dendrocalamus longispanthus, Dendrocalamus strictus, and Bambusa bambus. So those are the four species that we're going to plant in this trip. So they collect bamboo cuttings, scomes. They collected 18 seedlings of 4 species, these 4 species mentioned above, and they gave for 8 seedlings supplied to farmers in Nanye that take part of an irrigation scheme, and they were planted there, and they collected basic data about areas where bamboo is growing in Turkana, and they collected also some soil samples to be analyzed at Egerton University. So here in these pictures we can see that. Also, there was a meeting with the Department of Natural Resources and representative of the county government in Lodwar, where Sarah met. I was in Kakamega at the time, so Sarah with ACME, our NGO, met with these persons, and she was sharing with ACME the knowledge and the interest with the local entities, representatives. Then we had a kickoff meeting, which was in Masinde Muliro College at Kakuma branch, and also it was held online in June. So here we see some images of the people who attended. Also, we did some training with different stakeholders in Masinde University College in Kakuma branch, but also in Kalobeye with the local people, and in Don Bosco Agricultural Branch in Kakuma 1. In every training, we explain the values of bamboo, the whole chain, and how people could be interested. We did some questionnaires, and people were really interested if this could bring livelihoods for them, and it could improve the climate change. And so we realized that it was a very interesting project for the people. And then the final stage of, now, in the final stage of the project, we are planning to construct a bamboo pavilion at Don Bosco in Kakuma that will be something that will be done with a training, a construction training. So this part is going to be done in Don Bosco with refugees and host community. So about 20 people will take part. They will construct this simple pavilion that is going to be like a showcase for people to understand the values of the bamboo in terms of construction. And this construction could be done and replied by the people who will be interested. So they will see how the joints are made, how big, if it bends or if it doesn't. I mean, there is like a one-to-one test of bamboo in that place where people are not used to see, so they will get familiar too with the condition of construction, and also about the sense of being inside one of these constructions and see that it's a very nice place where you can be there and not feel the heat. I mean, much more protected from the heating. And so I just want to finalize this presentation with this proverb that bamboo people used to say is, where there is bamboo, there is water. Where there is water, there is life. Where there is life, there is man. And where there is man, there is development. Okay, so thank you. If you have some questions.
I want to, we want to appreciate her. Maybe we can give her Nyayo claps, huh? Nyayo. Yeah, moja, pili, tatu, funga, fungua. Yeah, since she has been working with the team from Masinde Muliro University, I think she understands Kiswahili, and yeah, she knows when we say moja, mbili. So we can ask 2 questions. We can have 2 questions for Professor in relation to the presentation that we just received just now.
Thank you. I'm called Emmanuel Ekale from Turkana. And from the start of the presentation, we have just talked about the refugees. My question is, what was your inspiration that triggered you to choose Turkana as a place where you will grow bamboo. And there are many places in Turkana. There is Turkana South, place like Katilu, where there are farmers. There is Kaptir, there are farmers. When you look at Kakuma, you're only based on the refugees. What do you think about the other places like at Kaptir, where there are farmers? There is accessible water points because the river, the Chakwal River, passes through that side.
Thank you. I think she has heard that. Any other question so that we can hand it to her? I know I think he wants to say, how do you plan to expand to the entire Turkana?
I'm Ezekiel Sakwa from Elgeyo Marakwet, and the bamboo project is a very, very important project, especially when we talk of the river restoration. River or water restoration programs. We used to have a project called AGOA Opportunity Act, that was also to involve export of handicrafts. And the Turkana people, and of course some of us in this region, have historical background of usage of these products. And when we have these handicrafts, it could be an opportunity for the Turkana people and our people in this North Rift region. Do you have any link with the ACOA program and any other, so that perhaps we could capture that opportunity and support our people? Thank you.
Okay, finally, I think he's just saying that how are you planning to expand into Elgeyo Marakwet, where that agribusiness team is?
Thank you, Professor. I was more motivated with the last statement, that where there is bamboo, there is life, and where there is life, there is man. How do you, if you would emphasize the issue of overcoming up with bamboo wine, such that you can touch the lives of the communities in Turkana, such that you can motivate them to grow more bamboo? My name is Garand James from Uganda.
Wow, thank you. I think we can allow Professor to respond to those questions before we get a few more.
Okay, so maybe because I couldn't hear you properly, can you summarize the first question so I can answer? Because I couldn't hear properly. There was some resounding.
Yeah,
Could
thank you, Professor. The first question was about how are you planning to expand in Turkana, in other parts of Turkana County? Turkana County is big. The program that you are having, the project that you are having is based in the refugee camps. And so is talking about other areas within Turkana County, which has great potential, and even there are a lot of water sources within the region, and he was thinking that how are you planning to expand within Turkana County? Thank you.
Question, sorry. So this is only a seed project because we as I told you, Sarah and me, we were working with bamboo in different places and we have the knowledge, but we wanted to test the soil conditions, the weather conditions, and the water conditions, right? So for that, we have selected, I didn't tell in the presentation, but we have selected 3 different places where we are planning to plant. That is this next phase that we will do. I mean, it's going to start on Monday, actually. It's really soon. So we have selected 3 different places with different conditions, but they are around this area. So one is Oropoi, because there is a host community that is interested, and our NGO is working with this community in Oropoi, and say the weather in terms of heat is better there, is greener, and there is water. So there's a place that we will plant about 50 seedlings of these different 4 types of bamboo. So that's a place over there. A second place is in Don Bosco, in Kakuma camp. So they will take care of it. So we will plant another 50 seedlings. And there is a third place that is in Tackle River, right? So in the projects, in order to get more funds and see if it works, where and how we can escalate it. So that's the main point. So this project is only is a pilot to make sure that what we are proposing works, and if it works, it is worth spreading. So once you have something that works, it's much easier to get funds than if you didn't try it in this place before, right? So that's the main purpose of it. So that would be it. So the second question, could you also summarize this, please?
Yeah, the second question was in relation to expansion to other areas of Kenya, like Elgeyo Marakwet, for example, where it is known to have a lot of bamboos, and so how do you link with other partners like the AGOA team so that we can support communities?
I mean, we are planning to, in this project, because we are only having a small amount of money that we are already spending in this project, but we are planning, or we will do some videos that will, which are like training videos that could be accessible for everyone if they're interested to get the knowledge, right? So this is how we can contribute right now with this project to people that could be interested in using bamboo. So the videos that were planned, I mean, the training would go from the planting to the cut, to the treatment of bamboo that is need to be done, and to the final products, to the different products like the shootings for eating and the arts and crafts. So we will explain different ways of dealing with bamboo in order to get some different products. So like tutorials, I would say, and then to construction. So with these videos, for now, we can spread the word and hand it to you. So they can be online on YouTube, or you can download them, and that's it for now. If we receive more funds in the near future, so we will be interested in working with other communities, of course. And and that actually is communities that really need to take this project on board, because is what it makes sense, right? So we are just doing this research in order to apply it in different areas as well. So we will be happy to share the knowledge that we have, and probably local people also have, about what to do and how to do. So that would be the second question. And there was a third question that also it would be great if you could summarize, sorry, for me.
Yeah, the final question was about other products of bamboo, like the wine. I think, yeah, a gentleman from Uganda was just asking, why don't you tap into other products of bamboo, like the wine? I think that is just a comment for the team, so that they can look at how to bring communities through having other products from bamboo.
Okay, thank you. So I didn't know that one can be done with bamboo. I didn't know that, but we will look at it. And actually, I had prepared like a small presentation, but I wanted to keep it brief. That handicrafts and community building with this kind of construction with bamboo is also that we want to bring, right? So I think bamboo it really works in terms of making work. Making building construction, building communities. So all the work that is related with bamboo, we were thinking that it could be done throughout cooperatives, and so that builds community. And also the different products, so we wanted to train like youth, we wanted to train women, we wanted to train men in different products that of course they need to be done through a community. And that's a way that we are thinking, that's our vision. But and thank you for spreading some new ideas. So
thank you so much. I think we can give a round of applause again. Yeah, thank you, Professor. I know your team will keep on sharing research breakthrough with the teams here, and I'm sure that we will move forward together as a team. We want to thank you so much, and yeah, we continue following the live stream on YouTube. All right, I think we now want to have the panel discussions. We will request the panelists to come in front. We have Eldoas, the managing director, Eldoas, and then we have Songok. Okay, yeah, I'm told I need to do it better. But there's someone who is in charge of that. And since I've been chairing from morning, I want to request Professor Mwamburi to chair. Kenfrey will moderate the plenary. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is our session. Our panel session is the next session. And we are going to call Mr. Julius Songo from ABSA. Kindly come to the front. We have Mr. Fred Uske. Please. We are going to have Professor Aburu on behalf of University of Eldoret. Please have your seat. We have Maliasili organization representative. AFS, are you here? Who else do we have? We're supposed to be here. Mr. Kotut is not here. So, it's very gender and unbalanced. So, yes, it's not gender balance. And then I'm going to call upon Kenfrey to come and moderate this session, or are you coming to join the panel? On behalf of Elgeyo Marakwet, please join the panel. Fine, please join.
Good afternoon again. Why are you guys so silent? Why are you silent? Some round of applause for our panelists. That is not enough. Let's do it again. Okay, much better. Distinguished guest, let me introduce myself again. My name is Ken Frikipchumba. I'm the founder and the executive director of Scope Intervention, one of the founder members of the Restoration Alliance, the convening team of this conference. So briefly, maybe with I can take like 1 minute to introduce the conference so that as we go along, we know the expectations and what we expect from you. So basically, the reason why this conference was convened was to find solutions, to bring different organizations, different institutions, different parties and partners together so that we can have one discussion on how we can improve our ecosystems around the Great Rift Valley. We know that our belief actually is we all have a role to play. Whether you are a corporate institution, whether you are an academic institution, a government institution, we all have a role to play. And actually that is the reason why here we are today. So we will, I will present different questions and each one of us actually will answer depending on the institution that you are coming from. So I think we are sort of distributed well. We have someone from a civil society organization, that is Mr. Dixon Njunge. We have our Professor Aburu from the academic institution. I believe the MD Eldowas, because it's a government institution and represent the government part, and Mr. Julius Songok, being from the private sector, and tackle that part. Are we well represented, apart from the gender part? Are we good to go? Okay, thank you so much. So as we start, I would like to give each one of our panelists time to introduce themselves, the institution they are representing, and as you introduce yourself, kindly tell us briefly what your institution is doing in the fight against climate change and also in the restoration of our ecosystems, especially around the areas that you work in. Kindly. So let me start with the far end, Mr. Julius Songok.
Thank you. My name is Julius Songok. I'm the regional manager at APSA Bank. APSA is a Pan-African bank. We are present here in Kenya and 12 other countries in Africa. We also have global presence. We are present in UK, USA, we're present in Asia. And here in country, we have presence in, we at least have 87 physical branches. We are present in nearly all our counties. I think myself, I take care of Rift Valley region. And in Rift Valley, we are present nearly all the counties. I think with an exception of Turkana County, where we are planning to install a branch next year. Elgeyo Marakwet as well is in plan. So most likely our participants from Elgeyo Marakwet, please know APSA is coming there. So as a bank, our purpose is empowering Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. And today we are really excited. And before I make a few remarks, I've come with my team, the team from Eldoret branch and Rupa Mall. I have the branch manager, Florence. Let's appreciate her. So Florence is our branch manager, Our new branch at Rupa Mall it's barely 4 or 5 months old now. We also have our area sales manager taking care of Eldoret, Cabernet, and the market around this place. It's called Altman Otieno. Altman Otieno, and is an alumni. I think he used to study here some times back. So, si mgeni sana. We also have a bigger team that's manning our desk. So, from time to time, just check with us to see what we have for you today. So, as an institution, we're very passionate about sustainability. And barely 3 weeks ago or a month ago, we launched our foundation as ABSA. And one of the critical pillars is sustainability. So under sustainability, we are looking at running our business in a manner that is sensitive to the climate. We have facilities that are green in nature. So we have green financial solutions. You come there, you notice that we are financing solar panels. We have things to do with solutions for home, thermal insulation. If you come over, you will also realize that we are also financing electric vehicles. So we have solutions that are specific and are climate smart. We have also enhanced our operations to ensure that we are saving energy. So if you come to the bank, you notice the bulbs that we are using there are energy saving. We used to have water dispensers in the past. Nowadays, we have a mechanism that allows us to have the water directly from the drain, from the pipe into the system that is able to clean it, and that's how we are observing that climate smart environment. So there are a number of initiatives from forest restoration. We've been partnering with the Kenya Forest Service in the country, and Kaptagat Forest is one of which. We have been partnering closely with them. We partner with institutions. University of Eldoret is one very good example. Just a few months ago, we were here, we grew some trees, and that is part of us. So we are partnering with schools, we're partnering with churches, we're partnering with institutions, and that's how we are aligning ourselves to partner with the societies and the communities that are giving us business. Thank you.
Can we have a round of applause for MD, or Regional Manager, sorry. Thank you so much. So next is MD Eldoas. Karibu.
Thank you. My name is Koskei Frederick, Acting MD, Eldoret Water and Sanitation Company. And as you are aware, everyone is, I believe, all of us in this room are in one way or the other consumers of our product. As Eldoret Water and Sanitation Company, we offer water, clean, potable water service and sanitation service. And as a company, we serve Eldoret City and Oftex. As you are aware, our terms are located some distance away from Eldoret City. One of them, the biggest term, which is applying close to 65% of our water, is situated like 57, 59 kilometers from here in Elgeyo Marakwet. We have the terms within Kaptagat area, and we have a term in Keses. And you'll realize that the surrounding areas where we have those terms and the off-takes or the pipeline towards the city is serving our residents as it moves towards the city. And as a company, I want to confirm to you that we are doing our best to ensure we conserve that important resource, which is water. All what we are talking here, our focus is to ensure that we reverse the effects of climate change. And a key beneficiary or a big beneficiary to those efforts is us as Eldoret Water. As Eldoret Water, we put a lot of initiatives towards ensuring we conserve our environment, and with many partners who are in this room, stakeholders in this room. In Eldowas, as a company, we are hosting the Eldoret 10 Water Fund, where currently I'm the chairman of the task force. And among that team of the task force, we have University of Eldoret, we have Mo University, we have Warma, we have other partners in our city, including our Singishu County government, and we have again Elgeyo Marakwet County and the indigenous communities that are surrounding this area. The Okegs, we have the Charangan, and we have the ones on the top hill. So as we work on these initiatives to ensure that we conserve this environment, we don't forget to loop in the indigenous communities. So as a company with our partners, we ensure that the catchment area is conserved. And as we focus on the conservation effort, I remember Professor asking some question at some point. What are you doing on the livelihoods of the communities who are bordering these important wetlands, the forests? With the partners that whom we are working with, we've been able to partner with the, especially the farmers who are on top of growing of the trees. We support them with the super grass, the super napier, towards improving the pasture for the livestock. Again, an initiative that we are doing so that they will be able to boost the agriculture activities, the small cotton in horticulture farming. We've initiated a process whereby we support them with water banks, so that during the raining season, the water pans are filled with water. On top of them benefiting from the irrigate the water, which is conserved in the water pans, again, it acts as a reservoir to prevent runoff of water, which causes erosion downstream, and at the same time polluting our rivers. Rivers and the dams. How are our rivers polluted? When we receive a lot of runoff upstream, our dams, the existing dams that we have, get sealed. And as they get sealed, you are aware as a company we give potable water to our consumers. The same potable water, we treat them for them to be potable water. Cost of treatment, considering the runoff from the upstream, goes up because of the chemicals involved to do the coagulation, the chlorinate. So, and again, out of the runoff, you are aware again, because of the nature of the soils that are in our region. Most of our soils are rich in iron, most of our soils are rich in manganese. So when we control with the Super Navia program, it assists to control the runoff, likewise to the initiative of the water ban. So as a company, we are committed and we are ready to work with all partners to ensure that we reverse the effects of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. MD, Makofiko MD. Thank you so much. So, to you, Prof. Karibu.
Okay, thank you so much. The problem I have is my voice is too loud, so allow me to regulate it so that I don't break people's ears. Yeah, first of all, we want to welcome you to the University of Eldoret, the flame of knowledge and innovation. And every one of you, please feel welcome, because this is your university. As a public university created in the North Rift, or rather located in the North Rift, we do a lot of activities for our communities in the North Rift, a little bit of the Lake region, and maybe other parts of the country. But basically, we do research, and our research is not just academic research, but most of them are need-driven research to see how we can assist our communities to be more resilient in the issues of climate change. My role here at the university, I'm the DVC in charge of planning, research, and extension. So all the issues of research, all the issues of extension, working with communities, and all the partnerships fall under my docket. And as such, I have a big view of what we are doing, which in the time given, I cannot summarize. But allow me just to say very briefly that we work a lot in agriculture and biotechnology, and we have so far done a lot of climate smart agriculture projects with the local communities. We do a lot of work in environment. We do a lot of work in natural resources. As you all know, this is the university where all the natural resource courses started, because this was basically Moi University. So everything in forestry, we are very strong in forestry, and our foresters are doing a lot of work in forestry in terms of research and climate change projects. Currently, I know there are 2 projects going on there. Our Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences deals with the restoration of aquatic ecosystems, right from the coastal and marine environment and the freshwater environments. And we are doing quite a lot on river restoration. And a lot we have been working with the communities, currently trying to come up with how can we monitor these environments to make sure that the common man who does not know any science participates well. We are in wildlife management. We are in the School of Science. We also have Baringo. We are working in all the different Lake Baringo, Lake Bogoria. We have done a lot of research there, Lake Turkana, and some of those. And we also do have a lot of working relationships, that is MOUs, to help us to work with the local communities. So we have MOUs with Turkana County. We have a MOU with Austin Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, Nandi, Transoya, and even, I'm forgetting another one. Yeah, West Pokot. And West Pokot, we are doing a very big project which has been going on for almost more than 5 years on the restoration of the soils through 2 researchers have been working there for quite some time. And there is a lot that have been achieved in restoring some of those arid and semi-arid environments. In outreach, we also do a lot of soil testing and assisting farmers to know exactly which crops to grow during which times as concerns the issues of climate change, and also the issues of the different ecological zones. And that is one of also our very strong areas in this place. And then under innovation, we are also trying to encourage the youths to be able to participate in agriculture. Because we know the youths want something that is born today and grows old tomorrow and gets married on the 3rd day and maybe die on the 5th day. So I hope you understand what I mean. They want things that are quick. And we know that their strength is in innovation and digital technology. So we are also doing a lot to try and see how do we promote digital technology by incubating youths to participate well in the key areas within our region. I think as at now, we must have trained over 180 youths in the different value chains to help us in the work of promoting dairy, fisheries, mushroom, local chicken, and every other, other vegetables, which cannot grow in other areas. They normally are incubated, and after they finish that, we link them with people who can fund them. I think there's so much that we can say, but in short, let me say that we, as a university in the North Rift, we welcome every partners that we may work together. Already we are working with a lot of people. ABSA has been supporting us a lot. Even Elders, we have worked with Elders. And practically we work with every other institution so that we can be able to address this issue of climate change, and also to make it easily known, rather easily understood, by using the language that the people understand. Like when we are doing extension work, we not only use English or Kiswahili, but we go back up to the local language so that we can be able to change lives and make our communities more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. More of that. Good clap for Prof, sorry. Thank you so much. Dixon.
Thank you so much, Country, and thank you for having Mali Asili here. I come from an organization called Mali Asili. Mali Asili is a Swahili word meaning natural resources. We have that word as the name of our organization because our roots are based in northern Tanzania, where we have the southern part of the southern rangelands. So I'll start sort of introducing Mali Asili with an analogy. If you are starting an organization today, a young organization, and you did not know how to run an organization, you did not know what systems you need to put in place, you did not know where to get money, you did not know how to communicate to the external world, who would you go to? Hold that answer. If you had an organization that was experiencing rapid growth, you just got $1 million in funding, you are required to put up systems, you are required to hire people, you are required to do work that you probably is out of your scope, and you did not have that capacity, who would you go to? So the answer for some of these things is that you would normally go to consultants, right? For businesses, they will go to the McKinseys, to the Boston Consulting, big consulting firms. So Mali Asili basically exists to close that gap. We exist to support local conservation organizations across Africa who have the potential to achieve impact. And it's just as plainly as it is said. They have to be intrinsically local, because we believe conservation is intrinsically local. Everything that you do about conservation has to come back to people. If it is not conservation. It is something else. So Mali Asili, works across different landscapes in Africa. Currently, we are in 15 countries, supporting about 45 local community organizations across different landscapes. And I would want to just highlight these landscapes just for your interest. So the first landscape that we work with, which is one of the oldest landscapes we've worked in, is the northern rangelands and the southern rangelands. So the areas around Samburu, Laikipia, Baringo, and then we've worked on the southern landscape, which is Savo, Amboseli, and Masai Mara. We have partners we've supported for over 8 years now in those landscapes and are doing quite great work and achieving a lot of impact and benefits to community. We also work in marine conservation, so we are working across the Indian Ocean. We are also working, which is a point of interest of why we are here today, we are working in the Great Rift Kifu Rusinzi Basin, which is part of what Terra Fund has actually funded. We are working in Okavango Kaza Basin, which targets the areas of Namibia, Zambia, Angola, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and has a lot of biodiversity. And finally, we are working in areas of Madagascar. Madagascar is known to be a huge biodiversity hotspot, and it is important that we have a presence there and we are supporting local conservation organizations. So at Mali Asili, what we believe is that if we empower communities, local conservation organizations, they drive greater changes, but also they gain a lot of purpose and they're able to achieve impact at a larger scale. And Amali Asili, we do not consult. We are not donors, and that is important to say. What we do, we enter into a multi-year partnership. Specifically, we are now entering into 4-year partnerships where we will come within to an organization. Whether or not you have money, it doesn't matter. We will find money. It's the easiest thing to do. But setting out systems, setting out a culture, setting out a premise and a purpose for an organization is much, much more important and gives you a much more bigger trajectory to look forward to in the future. So thank you so much, and looking forward to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dixon. Makofi kwa Dixon. Okay. To me, it wasn't just about introducing yourself. I am not sure how many of you saw the interlink between these different institutions. If you do not see, let me try to break down. Mali Asili are working with communities, right? When you go, you need communities to restore. At the same time, you cannot restore communities without the right knowledge and technology. That is why we have Prof. And for you actually to implement good projects like the one Eldowas is implementing, you need money. And that is why we have ABSA. Can you see the connection? And can you see why we need that partnership? ABSA cannot do it alone without communities. And we cannot do alone without the right knowledge from institutions like University of Eldoret. And for us to implement, we need technical capacities from big parastatal and also right policies from governments and parastatals like the one Fred is running with Eldowas. So let me go back to Mr. Songok. You talked about different climate smart initiatives that you are promoting at Absa Bank. For example, as a business, how can you do more of this without compromising on your profitability as a business?
Thank you. Allow me just to paint an image of what we do as an organization. Our commitment to sustainable finance to play an enabling role in Africa's growth and sustainability. A year later, we launched our sustainability commitment finance with key priorities. And some of the key priorities that we are driving is committing to diversify our portfolio by at least 10% of our capital being allocated towards initiatives that support renewable and clean energy, industries, innovation, financial, especially to the excluded groups, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption, and also value add to our, generating into the GDP impact. We have been able to demonstrate through the financing allocation, the sustainable finance strategy, through climate and inclusive finance. And for example, last year alone, there's a segment of the population that has for a long time not been banked, and we've introduced a product we're calling Timiza. I'm sure most of the people here are aware that might have interacted with Timiza. Timiza is from ABSA, and the object is to reach the unbanked. We have been able to solution and utilize up to 21 billion on Timiza alone. And that has empowered our young people, the people who are doing small businesses and are looking for small working capital of maybe less than 300,000, Timiza can sort you and you get flexible repayment terms. The other cohort that we have brought into inclusion are women. Traditionally in Africa, you all know that women didn't have access to the factors of production, largely finance, and we have a specific product targeting women, and I can just confirm that we, in the last less than 1.5 years, we've disbursed 11.2 billion to women in business. So that's how we're bringing women into the financial inclusion equation. We have also been able to disburse up to 22 billion towards climate finance, and that's where now we have been able to finance green projects. So as a testament to the impact created by the strategic decisioning by Absa Bank, last year, KBA SFI Catalyst Award recognized Absa Bank as the best bank in sustainable financing and the best bank in sustainable bank operations. So that's the reward recognition that we've been able to realize as a bank arising from that strategic initiative. So coming back to your question on how we are balancing between profitability and getting into sustainable and taking care of the climate without having to lose on profit. As a bank, we acknowledge that success of our business and society are intertwined. We can't succeed as a business if the society is not thriving. And that's why we are setting aside 10% of our capital investment to support those green initiatives. This underpins our shared value approach, which recognizes the interconnected nature of the needs of the environment, the society, and the bank's interests, and encourages us to always answer to a greater purpose beyond the bottom line. As a result, we have a long-term interest in empowering Kenya and its continent's sustainable progress, one story at a time. We have so we have 5 facets of how we are driving at that. One is developing sustainable products, and I've spoken about some of the products we are running. The second one is enhance operational efficiency. You come to the bank today and you will notice that we have adopted some operational efficiency, which are energy saving, waste reducing measures, and that's just aligning us to the strategy. Number 3, we are investing in digital transformations. So you come to the bank, you will notice that we have had a shift to digital solutions to reduce, we are now paperless. You come to the bank, you apply for a solution, you can apply online real-time, end-to-end, without having to fill any paper. So that's how we are also aligning ourselves in that space. And that has enhanced reduction in the operational expenses. We also collaborate with the partners. We have worked closely with partners. I did mention earlier that we're working with partners like University of Eldoret. Eldoas is a great partner to us. We're working with Elgeyo Marakwet County, is a big partner to us from climate and sustainability agenda initiatives. Was in Gishu County. Last year, we were running a program with schools under the Ministry of Education, and we contributed. We were donating computers to vulnerable, needy institutions. We're giving 20 computers, and we were able to set up the computer lab and did the networking, trained the trainer of trainers, and also grew trees. In all those locations, because we adopted, every branch in the country adopted a school. We were able to donate computers. We were able to also help grow fruit trees. And we are working with them just to ensure that we are monitoring closely. So those computer labs were not just for the use by the school or the institution, but we are also encouraging the community around there to also benefit those computers. So we collaborate with partners. So we partner with the government of Kenya under the various ministries, Kenya Ministry of Environment, under KFS as well, in rehabilitation and restoration of various forests. And we do quite a lot in that aspect. We also incentivize sustainable practices. We encourage eco-friendly actions even among our employees and clients as well. And lastly, we prioritize environmental and social governance reporting, maintaining transparency with stakeholders to build trust and brand loyalty. So APSA's approach shows that the strategies that we have
SDGs, and I think that is where each and every, especially profit-making institution, should be going. And if actually you think I am wrong, you can ask Mr. Songo. I'm sure he has dealt with a lot of money. If he's tried to count his money for 5 minutes without breathing. Have you tried? What does that mean? It means as far as profit is important, also the environment is also much important, right? Yeah, and actually when we talk about sustainability, that is where I come to Eldoret. Eldoret now is a big city, right? Yeah, we have actually a growing population that we may not be able to sustain in the years to come. So what are you doing, especially like Chebara Dam, for example? I'm sure that is where one of your dams are. Yeah. So what are you doing to ensure that Eldoret people do not lack water in the next 10 years?
Thank you. I think, like I said at the beginning, we partnered like I said, we partnered with several partners, including some of us who are here, and we put some now we have a sustainable program of distributing 3 seedlings. We have 2 nurseries, 3 nurseries in our terms. One of them is in our Chebara term, where we are planting or we are producing 300,000 seedlings per annum. Another one, the bigger one in Kipkenyo. Kipkenyo is where we receive all the sewer we treat in Kipkenyo. We have the biggest nursery of around 700,000 seedlings per annum. And all these seedlings find themselves in our catchment areas, being the Elgeyo Hills and the Cherangani Hills. And again, I said with the partners, and I can report confidently, and Dr. Saina and Prof. will confirm the same, the initiatives that we put in place, like in the Cherangani ecosystem, you will realize some places we realized again another strategy on top of planting trees from the nurseries. Again, we can fence the forest to allow it to regenerate. And it has happened in the peak of Cherangani, somewhere called Tenderwa, where we fenced like 10 acres of land. And I can confirm to you where water had vanished from coming out. Now we are seeing water, we are seeing new, even birds. That some people who live in that area, I believe Dr. Kimasawa will tell you, some birds left that ecosystem like 20, 30 years ago, but they are now back into the same ecosystem. that they are serving our terms. And I can confirm to you that we are witnessing some improvement in the quality of water that our terms. And out of that, I can assure you, as the residents of Eldoret City, the resource, we are sustaining it well, and we are assuring you that we will town. Might be to have, you are aware again, Elders, we are so much with people don't depend so much on the donor funding. But again, if we can get donor funding, we will go far. Currently, we are working, or we are running our business. We are running this resource on a cost recovery tariff. The cost recovery tariff is the tariff that we are we will have a new water tariff which will be coming into force this coming month of November. And what does that tariff entail? Inside that tariff, we have allocated funding, or we have allocated some revenue which will go towards overhauling our pipeline of asbestos line. We have an asbestos line dated back to 1929. Currently, we have a pipeline network of around 1,720 kilometers of pipeline. But asbestos, we have reduced it now. We have only 24,000 kilometers of, not 24,000, but 24 kilometers of asbestos pipeline. And we are assuring you by 2027, we will not have asbestos in our pipeline. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MD. Clap for him. Thank you so much. And talking of resources, University of Eldoret's biggest resource is knowledge development and also development of the human resource. Prof, I have a question for you. Apart from transferring this knowledge to the communities through your graduates, do you have any other deliberate way of transferring this knowledge to the community? Because actually very small percentage of our community actually pass through universities. We have a lot of population that do not pass through university system, and actually they need to have this knowledge and they can use it in conservation. Do you have any specific program or a way of reaching out to the communities?
Yeah, I can say that we have a very intentional and obvious way of reaching to our communities with through transfer of technology. As a university, we have our outreach center, which is stationed just next to our gate B. That outreach center is predominantly made so that we can be able to communicate and to transfer knowledge to our local communities. And we intentionally put it at the gate because we know some local communities may be intimidated when they want to come inside the university. But we do a lot of outreach work, and we do work with the local communities in their areas. We don't have to invite them here. If they want to come here, well and good. But if they can't come here, we normally go to them. And every quarter, we have a percentage that we must reach. Like I think the last quarter, which ended in last month, we reached about 3,600 community members through our extension agents going there, and some of the work we do with also other partners. So that is a continuous activity where we reach out to the entire North Rift and part of Western. We do a lot of that. So we don't confine ourselves only here. when I talked about that issue of innovation, most of those youth that we have incubated are from the community, not our students. Our students just form a small percentage of it. Now, apart from that, the research activities that we do, there is also the extension we do in research. So that like our colleagues who do research in West Pokot, for example, they have to do intentional outreach to try and educate the communities on what they're doing. Like when they are restoring those soils in Melgeo Marakwet, in West Pokot, they do train the communities on how they should do those things. When our wildlife people maybe do things in where we have wildlife and ranches, they do that. Those of us who are in aquatic sciences, when they are talking about water catchment areas, and also when they are talking about what happens, how the catchment affects, for example, our lakes, including our Rift Valley lakes, and even Lake Victoria, where most of our water goes. Because most of our water in us in Gishu here and Nandi and mainly go to Lake Victoria. So we reach them through our outreach program. Now, last but not least, given that we are in the North Rift, where we are the breadbasket of the country, how do we pass out information on climate smart agriculture? So as a university, we have been hosting what we call agribusiness trade fair. And this agribusiness trade fair is done every November, third week of November, for 3 good days. And during this agribusiness trade fair, we bring every people who are working in agribusiness. All those big names, the Unga, the Kenya Seed, and all of them in the country, we bring them here. We have our agribusiness center on the other side of the campus. And like this year, I think we had there were over 100 different companies that we bring to interact with the communities directly. Now, during that time, we as a university also have a stand where we communicate the technologies that we have developed that we would like our communities to adopt. And I can tell you that the number which we are reaching has been increasing. Like I think 2 years ago, we were at 9,000. Last year, we were at 13,000. This year, we reached about 18,000. And those are real farmers that we get them from all the different sub-counties within the North Rift. So that is what we do. And in terms of direct, then we also have realized that we have to use the technology now, like through radio stations, through radio talk shows. There are some, we normally appear in, particularly in CAS FM and other forms of FM radio. And also we have several WhatsApp groups. I think there are about 6 or 7 on different aspects. So if you now consider at the end of the year how many communities we reach, it's almost 10 times more than our students that we have. Our students here are about 14,000. The people we reach is even more than that through our extension programs from the university. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Makofi kwa Prof. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Prof was talking about communities, and one community that is more vulnerable to climate change actually are the rural communities, especially in Africa. So I have a question to you, Dixon. Do you think civil society organizations have an important role to play, and what is this important role that they can play so that they can help these vulnerable communities adapt to climate change and be more resilient? Thank you.
I think absolutely. I think there is no doubt about the role that civil society organizations play in the sphere of climate change, both mitigation and adaptation. And I think at Maliasili we sit at a unique advantage because we get to also interact with this civil society organization as part of the people supporting them to do the work that they're doing. And so we get to interact with the daily runnings, with the leadership, with the management that actually is behind the work that you see. But I think also, more importantly, I think, Kenfrey, this is something that we need to start talking about. There is a big debate about localization. If you engage quite a bit with USA, there's a lot of talk about co-creation, localization of funding, localization of how we design projects. And I think civil society organizations also have a part to play to bring communities in the forefront of this discussion as not beneficiaries. Because the problem with us sometimes is we go to communities and tell them we are bringing things to you. I am coming to Eldoret. You have lived, a community has lived in Eldoret or in a forest for the last 50 years, different generations, but I want to come and assume that I have more knowledge, I have more local solutions than they do. And I think that personally is ethically wrong. And I think it's something that we need to start, sort of changing. And how we promote that change at Mali Asili is to look at communities not as beneficiaries, but as partners. As people you are co-creating with, as people you are co-designing work with. So you're not doing, I went to a community to do a research, and wananiuliza, umekuja tena? Because 10 people, 15 people have been there asking for data. No one attempts to go back to those communities and tell them, this is what we have found out of this data. These are the solutions we can bring. So once we start looking at communities as not beneficiaries, but as partners, then we start co-creating. We start leveraging on the knowledge that they hold, the indigenous knowledge that they hold, and start incorporating that in the practices that we can put in place. We had a presentation about seeds. How can we incorporate all those practices that communities have predominantly had into our own practices as we design projects as civil society? So the role I think I see in civil society is, one, building stronger local communities. You have to build their leaders. You cannot always say they don't have capacity. That's the general thing that everyone writes in a proposal. They don't have capacity. You've been there for 15 years, but they still don't have capacity. Then it means, what are your outcomes as a civil society organization if you're not building the capacity of local leaders to come up, to design solutions by themselves, to progress work sustainably without you being there? I think the next one is building local and global partnerships. And I think this is one opportunity to do that. We have the university, we have businesses, we have water companies, water utilities, we have ourselves. And I think there is a big chance, because we cannot do all this work alone. We are spread thin, we don't have the depth, and so we need to bring others in the forefront to actually engage with. I think the other one is amplifying voices and amplifying resources. One of the discussions that Mali Asili we are currently having is how can we shift resources and donor resources to the lowest level. Why do we have intermediaries? Intermediaries are important, but in 10 years or 15 years, can we do away with intermediaries and we are directly dealing with people and donors who actually want to fund the work that we want to do on the ground? And I think lastly is, again, building local leaders. Organizations are hosted by leaders, and if these leaders are strong, those organizations are strong and have an anchor to hold on to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dixon. So briefly, Mr. Songok, just very briefly, recently Absa Bank launched sustainability project, and at the same time actually launched Absa Bank Foundation. What further, going forward, what other items do you wish to integrate into sustainability? Sustainability in terms of your operations and also in terms of policy, so that we can improve on our climate, on action against climate.
Thank you. As Absa Bank, we are aligning ourselves to the strategy that we've set out. Number one, on climate action, we are aspiring to achieve carbon neutrality by 2040 through reduced energy use and renewable energy adoption. Secondly, we are looking at sustainable financing. We want to build on the initiatives we've already undertaken around sustainable financing, and we want to undertake more financing low carbon projects and offering green loans that support the United Nations SDGs. We are also keen to ensure that we align ourselves to diversity, equity, and inclusion by building a diverse and inclusive workforce with a strong leadership support. I think we are the first bank that was certified as so APSA seeks to contribute through a net zero commitment to achieve that by 2040. And as part of this, we've embarked on reducing carbon footprint on our premises and pursuing green certification, thus improving resource efficiency. We became the first bank to certify our buildings, and so far we've certified 6 of them. We got green certification in 6 of our buildings, starting with our headquarters in APSA West End. We also got certification for our Bishop Gate, which is our operations headquarters. We also certified Queensway, Nkrumah Road branch in Mombasa, and also Kisii. And that therefore allowed us as a bank to receive the final H certification for its portfolio of buildings from Green Business Certification, GBCI. So that's one of the milestones that we pride in as APSA Bank, that we are the first bank to have got that certification, and we are continuing to align our internal operations in a manner that is climate smart. I spoke about doing away with the contemporary water dispensers. Now we have eco-friendly dispensers. We have energy saving solutions, and we've seen a saving of up to 13% year on year in the last 3 years. Those are some of the initiatives that we want to build on as we move into the future. We have allocated specific financing, and I think there's a budget. And one of the projects that we are very proud of that we've been able to do from group level is Sun King eco-friendly project, where we've been able to do some solar projects, and those are some of the initiatives we'll be running. So we'll be looking at how to partner with the counties. I know in the spaces where we are in, Uasin Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, and even the far north, where there is opportunity for us to see how we can partner in financing some of these eco-friendly solutions. So those are some of the initiatives that we have as a bank, and we're just aligning ourselves to the pillars. And the foundation is largely focusing on climate, smart initiatives, looking at empowering more around education, and you will see a lot of community-driven initiatives to connect more with the communities and offer solutions. So you'll see come next year some very good initiatives around scholarships to support vulnerable students from vulnerable or students from backgrounds that need support. So you'll see a lot of that from APSA. I think around 2018, 2019, we were having very good scholarships, and some of the students who might be graduating now or graduated last year benefited from that program. And you can be sure some of those initiatives are coming your way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Songok. So that I don't come back to you, just one question. Are you, as APSA Bank, a Rift Valley and a Western region, I'm sure you're the regional manager, are you planning to plant trees in 2025 in North Rift region? And in a straightforward answer, how many trees are you planning to plant in 2025? Thank you.
Thank you. As a bank, we have we've given our footprint. We want to plant at least 10 million trees within the next 10 years. By 2032, we should have done 10 million. So year on year, we're committing to do 1 million trees year on year. And some of my partners are here, and I'm happy to see how we can work together to actualize that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Clap for Mr. Songok. Okay, briefly, MD, very briefly in 1 minute. I'm sure there is one strategy that you've used in your conservation that other partners in this room can adopt, especially in working with communities. Can you please share just one strategy? And also kindly answer the same question that I asked Mr. Songok. How are you planning to plant any trees in 2025 and how many trees? Kindly. Thank you.
Thank you. As a company, like we said, we work with our partners because we live as per the SDG 17, which says we work as partners. That is, we leave no one behind. So in this effort of conserving our environment, we will ensure we will collaborate with everyone in our environment, in our catchment areas, in our city, to ensure that we achieve the initiative of growing trees and reversing the negative impact of climate change. As a company, on average, always, year in, year out, live alone without our partners, we target 1 million seedlings. So on top of our 1 million seedlings per annum, combined with now partners like Barclays, Equity, and University of Eldoret 10 Water Fund, I think now we should exceed to the range of over 2.5 million.
Thank you so much. How many million trees are we going to plant with ABSA and Eldowas in 2025? 2 million so far, right? We are progressing, we're heading somewhere. Prof, also very briefly, how can institutions like ours, like Eldowas, like ABSA, take advantage of your research solution and innovations at the university? And also the same question, are you planning as an institution to plant some trees in 2025? How many of them?
Okay, there is the issue of planting and the issue of them surviving and growing.
Growing trees, sorry.
So okay, I'll come to that later. But as concerns working together with our partners, I think we do it quite well because we cannot survive on our own. You know, the government funding, exchequer funding has been going down and down. And so it is through partnerships that we do most of the activities that we do, like the kind of communities we were reaching. Most of them comes from some of the partnerships we have with different organizations. Our banks, Eldowas and other institutions. And we participate with them together, even in the E10 Eldoret Water Fund. We are there and our officers are there working with them. Professor Lizzie Mwamburi and Dr. Chris Saina are in that, are representing us there. And so when we plant trees like during in the Kaptagat forest, we do that. But our goal is that we want to collaborate with everybody who is ready to collaborate, whose mandates are in line with our objectives. And in that case, we don't have a boundary unless that particular organization does not match with us. And we do a lot in terms of both local and international collaborations. Yesterday, the stage where we are, we had the U.S. ambassador. We are working with the U.S. ambassador, U.S. in different, we have several connections with the Netherlands. Tomorrow we are signing another MOU with the Chinese universities who will be in this campus here. We are in Germany, we are everywhere. So apart from locally, we do a lot in collaboration and partnerships within Kenya, within Africa, and outside Africa. Now, tree planting, our main problem is the land where to plant also. Because our land is so small, we only have about 1,000 acres, which is not enough for us in our plan. We have a master plan of which ends up to 2095. We hope we'll be alive during that time. and in that plan, everything in this compound has been planned. So the areas that we still have here, there are still some areas we plant, but now we are doing the adoption. That's why we are so happy to meet your alliance, because we know we can go there. Last week, we were also met with NEMA, and they also have a program adopting wetlands. And so we have already adopted the Marora wetland, right from Kaptagat all the way to where it now goes to Mount Elgon. And along that, we'll also have a lot of trees to plant. We have been planting some trees also with some schools around. And of course, you know, we sponsor about 3 schools also within our compound. So ideally, as the staff, our target is 30 trees per staff member in the university per year. And we're about 3,000. But we go beyond that because there are some that we plant in other areas, and we would like to continue doing that. And the reason why we are proud to do that, for those who don't know, the first university was University of Nairobi. The second university was Moi University. And Moi University, the department that came from Nairobi to Moi was Forestry Department. Prof, you can agree with me. And that department is here. So we are the ones in this region who have the oldest forestry department and natural resource department. And so we do a lot, and we are so much interested in conservation, and we are actually participating in conservation. Thank you so much, and I hope I've answered you.
You've done, Prof. Thank you so much. They done well. How many trees do we have in 2025 from only 3 institutions? Almost 2.9, right? And we can lead to 3 million. Is that good for environment? Okay, so let's clap for them. Okay, before I close, let me allow only 4 people to answer questions specifically directed to one panelist. So you say your question, and then you say the person you're directing your questions to. Anyone? Uh-huh. Who's the second one as we prepare? We need gender balance. So, a lady, please.
Yeah, my question is directed to Frederick Kosgei. My name is Tuwei Cornelius. I'm a civil and structural engineering student. And my question to you is, what are you doing as a water company to ensure catchment protection in areas of Kaptalamwa, Kaptagat, to prevent the effects of siltation and eutrophication in the dams? I also have another question. Okay.
Thank you. Just one question. Before he answers, let's pick all the questions, and then we all answer them at once. Ladies don't want to talk.
Thank you very much. My name is Elvis. I'm a student here in University of Eldoret. Come from Nairobi. So my question, basing on Madare, I come from Madare constituency. So the issue of Madare River. So my question is, what solution can you give to ensure that that river is clean? Because we have grew there in Madare, we have seen that river since we were young, but the government has never provided any solution. So with this partnership, how can we ensure that there is a proper sanitation around that place. Again, the government recently has vacated individuals living around that premises. And they have told us that they are going to plant trees. Are we sure that these trees are going to enable us making that river clean? So I need a clarification on that. Maybe I add another question to Mr. Kosgei.
No. Just one question.
Okay,
And
thank
I'm
you.
sorry, I don't think there is the right person to answer your question. You are talking of Magari. None of these institutions works in Magari. Oh, you can? Okay, thank you. Prof will answer. So last question.
Yes, my name is Brian Ouma. My question is directly to Prof. You specifically talked about the number of trees that the staff are planting. What are the expectations in terms of the number that the students should plant in the institution? Thank you.
Nice question. Thank
Maybe
you.
the last.
Last two for
Last one.
Absa Bank and Mali Asili.
My name is Sanare, third year student. My question goes to the MD Eldowas. You talked about the issue of the aggregate labs and how you provide clean water. There is an issue about the water salinity and the phosphorus, high phosphorus content in the water that may lead to that may not be healthy for human use and human consumption. So my question to you is, how about the aggregate labs? Because there are quite a kind of challenges concerning the water content. Thank you.
Wow. No question to Absa or Mali Asili? Hata kuna mwenye anataka kuomba loan?
Thank you. I said earlier, my name is Elias Tobiko. I have a question to Mali Asili. Earlier, you said that you support a local conservationist, and basically you are majorly supporting the local conservation in Masai Mara, Isafo. So, what are your measures and what are your ways that you can use to identify the local conservationists who can benefit the livelihood of the community? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now to a lady. I hope it is towards Absa Bank.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
So my question goes to Absa on green financing. You talked a lot about the strategies in place that you're helping maybe in conservation. My question is there or are there plans to give people environmental loans, and are you willing to make it maybe the interest to be on the lower side so that it will help in our in our ecosystem restorations?
Thank you so much. So I will give them a chance to answer your questions. I think more questions to Fred, kindly, and then to Prof.
Yes, one more. My name is Samson Fikirini. All of you, you've been talking about planting trees. What about the solid waste management?
Good question. Actually, now I think when you answer the first question, please, you can say something about the same, and then as we wind up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, advocates of our conservation effort. I am very I'm happy we have people who are aware of what is affecting us and what we need to reverse. One of the questions was related to what we are doing as elders to conserve the catchment areas as far as Kaptalamwa and Kaptagat. Like I said at the beginning, when we have partners whom we are working with, key among them are these officers who are here, and out of that we are joined together at Eldoret Iten Water Fund. And Eldoret Iten Water Fund is focusing to ensure those areas of Kaptalamwa, Kabieko, Kaptakat, Pombo area, Keses area, Okiek, Fahendo cases are getting support to conserve the environment. And as I said, on top of planting trees, we've gone an extra mile on ensuring that the farmers who are there and possibly who could be taking their livestock to their forests are supported with supernavia. Out of the supernavia, now demand for pasture in the forest will be reduced, and now because farmers on this other side will be having pasture for their livestock. So that is happening, and again the initiative of the water banks is doing great to ensure again runoff to our rivers is reduced. So out of that, siltation will be reduced. There is this question of the accredited lab. As I said, as LDOAS, we have accredited labs, and in our labs we monitor the water quality getting into the dams, and the dams are the ones who we supply to the residents of Eldoret City and some parts of Elgeyo Marakwet and some parts again of Nandi County through Lesos. So out of that, we monitor the quality of our water, and I can confirm to you our water has no phosphorus. Salinity of our water, we measure salinity of our water by knowing the conductivity of our water. High conductivity means the salinity is high. Considering our water sources are the rivers, chances of them having high conductivity is low, and that's why saline water is not found in our water. But again, as a company, considering we have the accredited lab, we partnered with the County of Uasin Gishu, and we partnered again. We have an NGO by the name Acquire. Acquire is supporting the small water producers. These are the boreholes that are found outside the coverage area of Eldoas. And we support by what they do, Acquire acts as guarantee, whereby these smallholders bring the samples, we test for them, and we advise them accordingly. And payments we get through the county government and the same Acquire. So we are playing a big role in ensuring our consumers or those who are consuming water are getting the best. The last question was?
I think it was on waste management, briefly.
Yeah. In our county, now Uasin Gishu County, one of the persons asked, how are we managing solid wastes? Currently, as a company, as a sanitation company, sanitation is a broader view. Sanitation catches sewer and solid waste. But as LDOAS, we treat the sewer, ile liquid waste, ile tunatoanga kwa nini through the inaitwa sio water pausers, but the exhaust services especially for areas who are not served with our sewer. For the solid waste, currently it's being managed by our county government, and I can report to you this last week where visitors from Egypt, and these Egypt guys are ready to come and work on our solid waste to bring value to our young groups. Out of that, they will get livelihoods out of it, because in some places like Nakuru, Kisumu, out of the solid waste that we are drawing to the Keynote dam site, they have maximized it to, in fact, most of them, they get fertilizers out of ile solid waste mnaonanga. Solid waste out of kuna naitanga crickets, some kind of charcoal out of the solid waste. So plants are at advanced stage, and it's being driven by our CEC Water and Sanitation of Uasin Gishu County. So some plants are underway.
Okay, the Madare guy. He allowed me to speak some science. All these aquatic environments, all these water bodies, there are parts of them that are living, some of them are dead. But the most part of the river that live, river or a lake, that lives, that makes that environment sustainable is the littoral zone, the zones that are around. Along the river, the plants along the river, or the plants around the lake. The moment those trees or those plants are cut, that river is dead. Because it is only in those environments that our organisms, that's the worms, the fish, and all the other things survive and live. So the moment that you are in a river with the banks that are bare, that river is dead. So if the government is trying to move people, don't ask me issues of whether they do it or not, but scientifically, it is supported by science that they want that river to be restored. And river restoration is not a very easy thing. The West built bricks and whatever along their river so that they could use them for navigation. But they realized too late that they killed their rivers. So with us, let us not kill our rivers. There's a study which I am doing, which I'm leading on doing research on urban streams. So that research, we're doing it here on Sosiani in Eldoret. There is another river in Kakamega. There's a river in Kisumu. There's another river in Kisii. Those rivers that transverse the cities. So the issue is that they are suffering because of pollution and they need restoration. So I know very soon we will come up with something that will be able to assist us. In short, it is important, and I'm sure you know of the Nairobi River Commission, which the government is trying to do something. I think recently also I heard the government talking about that as far much high as His Excellency the President. So it is important that our rivers must be restored for them to assist us so that it can live. Now, other best ways of doing, like the ones when you are removed from the river, when I came in, I think another lady was presenting something about bamboo. Planting bamboo along the river will stabilize the soil and there'll be no erosion, and it will stop most of the waste from getting into the river. Or areas where we do them with the communities, like another project I participated in, we can encourage the communities to plant napier grass right along the rivers so that they cut them for the cattle. At the same time, the napier grass is grounded and stops the soil from, erosion from interfering with our river. Because the more erosion gets into the river, then most of the life will die. Because things like eggs are laid along the river. So if they are covered, that's the end of life. So please, if your family was moved away, please move and explain to them. Now, trees planted by the staff and trees planted by the students, yes. Our allocation is 30,000 per year, which we cannot achieve. And we are also working with our students. Most of our students that we work with are students, like most of them, they're associations. Like the environmental club, they will normally do a lot of tree planting. We do have a lot of trees also planted by our international students. They come to our office that they want to plant trees, then we allocated them the place to plant. And also other clubs like Christian Union. But most of the students, when they are here, they don't really try to find out what is happening. So like the guy who is asking me, I'm sure he has not planted any tree. Please make sure you plant a tree before you go. And we have the Environmental Sustainability Committee, which operates under my office, and the chairman is in the School of Environmental Studies. And we will try to see what we can do to allow people who have never known so that you can help us. We really appreciate. Solid waste. We are doing a lot with solid waste. My friends, circular economy, we are really trying to do a much under that. And even right now as we speak, there's a program here, we do it under our outreach center. It's called Venture for Change, where we take students who volunteer to a slum area. Like last year, we took them to Langas. And after taking them there, we tell them, you look at all this problem. Can you give us an innovation that is going to solve that problem? We have students who have already come up with very good innovations. Some of them, one of them is already funded. The one who was number one, I think that one was from Kabianga University. And there are other ones from our place here. They came up with the tiles, floor tiles, which are made from waste. We had our innovation week here last week. I think you saw so many tents outside here. Some of those, like Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, are already ready to fund some of them. And even our partners like the banks are ready to fund some of these innovations. So please, if you are not yet in this innovation field, then know that there is a lot which we are doing. In terms of commercialization, one of our lecturers and his students from the School of Engineering here have developed an umbrella, which is fully made from solid wastes. Apart from the umbrella, the solid waste, they have even created these machines to make them, to make sure that they can manufacture those umbrellas locally. So work is going on. There are also some students from who have established some apps, the apps that can be used in either in the cities to know, to coordinate how the solid waste can be collected. I'm sure if I gave Professor Mwamburi time, she would talk a lot about that. But those are things which are being done by our students, but we support them by enabling them to register those innovations and try to look for those who can help them to actualize those ones. So that when you leave school when you have your job and your company. One of those people we took to Langas last year, as I told you, already was talking of, I don't know how many millions. I think it was not less than 10 million, which even me have not seen as a professor.
Let me just take the question quite quickly. So there are three ways a leader or their organization can be part of Mali Asili or can join the partnership at Mali Asili. The first one is we have a leadership program. We actually have 4 leadership programs around Africa. So the first one is a marine environment leadership program called MELP. It is for specifically people who are in marine conservation, leaders who are in marine conservation and organizations in that. We have the African Conservation Leadership Program we call ACLN. We are at ACLN 6 now this year. It also brings conservation leaders within the terrestrial conservation. We have Lead Up. Lead Up is for middle managers within organizations, people who are coming up to take leadership roles. And so younger people get also a chance to come in. We are not just giving CEOs a chance, we're also giving people who could ultimately, due to succession planning, could take up leadership position. And finally, we have what we call the Canopy Leadership Program. It targets the Congo Basin, which is a francophone leadership program. The other way is through application. You can apply to Mali Asili as an organization through our website. We have an expression of interest on our website. Your organization can look at that criteria because we get hundreds and hundreds of applications every year. So you can look at the application qualifications, you can apply to us, and we will consider you for a partnership. The final one is you can choose to use our resources. We do have a lot of resources on our website. How do you do strategic plans for organizations that are young? How do you fundraise? How do you brand yourself? How do you communicate impact? All these resources are within our website, which is maliasili.org. So you have the leeway to take those resources and replicate those resources and whatever is in those resources within the organization. And we would be more than willing because these resources are to help local conservation organizations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. To address the question that was specific to APSA, the kind of financing we are giving to clients and what concessionary terms we're giving, I want to confirm that green financing is at a concessional rate. It's not the standard conventional rate that we give to the other clients. We have a dedicated segment in the bank that's dealing with the green financing, and the terms are concessional. That, in a way, is going to encourage more people to think on climate smart initiatives. Like right now, I did mention about the solar panels. We also have green buildings that we are financing through our mortgage proposition, and they are slightly cheaper than the other conventional buildings if you are to come and acquire. So I want to encourage all of us, if you've not been to APSA, please pay a visit. We have a strong team here. We can be able to take you through some of those very good initiatives that we are running from our climate smart initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our panelists and our participants. Mumechoka, si ndio? Mumechoka? Muko na nguvu ya kupigia our makofi? Huh? Okay, let's stretch as we clap for them. Okay, let's clap for them. One. Ile ya Nyayo. Thank you, thank you. So let's get seated. I welcome Professor Mamburi to take us to the next session.
Thank you so much. Time is really gone. We are going to pray for lunch. Before we pray, I'll just give you some procedures. I think if you have a coupon, you'll follow him, and he will show you where you're going to have your lunch. The rest, you can follow me. Okay? Okay. Okay, so we can have one student. You can't hear me. Okay, so I said we are going to break for lunch. We are not going to come back. That is the end of our session today. And I think we all have our lunch vouchers. So if you have a lunch voucher, you will follow him. If you don't have the rest, the partners will follow me. So I hope I have lunch for those other people. So we are going to ask one student to pray for lunch, then we can break.